All right, there we go. Can y'all hear me okay? Okay. So welcome, good morning. So we are here from the OSHA Consultation Program that is actually run through the state of Georgia. And so we've been going all over the country delivering this training. And just to give you all some background about this training, it's funded through what's called a Susan Harwood grant. So it's a grant from the Department of Labor, and it basically has provided us with funds to develop this training and then deliver it all over the United States. So last summer, my manager and I, we were trying to decide what topic we wanted to do this training on. And we were getting a lot of email, we're signed up for emails that include like headlines that are related to safety and health and different, accidents and fatalities that have happened in the workplace. And we were receiving a lot of emails that were related to the heat and employees dying from heat stroke. So we thought, you know what, the heat's not going anywhere, right? If anything, it's probably going to get hotter as time goes on. And so we need to, we want to make sure that employees know how to protect themselves, but also we want to make sure that their employers, so any supervisors, know how to protect employees under their supervision, what preventative measures they can put into place to protect their employees. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Before I get started, I'm actually going to turn it over to Janine, and Janine's going to tell us a little bit about the Safety in Paradise program that they have here in the Virgin Islands.
Hi, good morning. My name is if you are not familiar with it, you can learn a little bit as we go along, but basically the consultation program offers free advice and guidance on how to be compliant to OSHA within the workplace. And so today's topic on trust and within the workplace fits right in. So how you can manage the or how to manage illness within the workplace with yourself, with employees, or with people. We have consultants that want to try and come from the people. They're not here right now, but they should be on their way. And if you want to look up what we do and know a little bit more and inquire about safety and paradise for your organization, you can find it on the web at safety.uvi.edu or on Instagram at UVI Safety and Paradise, and on Facebook, same thing, UVI Safety and Paradise. And you see a little bit more about what we cover, what we do. Contact us further to get the free consultation for your organization. Thank you for coming today, and I'll turn it back over to Rich.
Thank you, Janine. All right, so this is basically what we're going to cover today, except we're actually not going to talk about the cold for obvious reasons. So our primary emphasis today is going to be talking about the heat. And so we're actually going to start by doing a little OSHA 101. So we'll spend about 20 minutes just talking about OSHA, what OSHA is, what are some of the things that they do, to protect workers in the United States. And then we're going to talk about the hazards that come when working in the heat and what are the different heat related disorders. So from heat rash all the way to heat stroke, what it feels like, how to identify, if it's happening within yourself, within your coworker or somebody under your supervision. And then Jenny's going to talk about pretty much how to prevent everything that we will be covering. All right. All right, so a little background on OSHA. So OSHA began in 1970. Actually, I'll even back up. OSHA stands for the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. So they're basically the United States governing body that is concerned with worker safety and health. And so OSHA began in 1970 with the Occupational Safety and Health Act. And OSHA's mission is to make sure that working men and women are provided with a safe and healthy workplace. not only within the United States, but also within, United States territories. And so typically when we think of OSHA, we think of, setting standards, right? Setting and enforcing standards, but OSHA does a whole lot more than that. So OSHA has the consultation program. So that's the program that Janine works for. That's the program that Jenny and I work for. And so we work with small to medium-sized businesses, and it's free, it's confidential, and we help them get in compliance with the OSHA, safety and health regulations that apply to their facility. And then OSHA does a lot of training. So OSHA funds this training. So every year, there's probably about 40 to 50 recipients of this specific grant, but they are all focused on different topics. And actually at the end of the year, at the end of our grant period, what we do is we send all of our training materials to OSHA, and then they post our training materials on their website. So there are literally hundreds of PowerPoint presentations available on OSHA's website on a whole lot of different topics. So heat's one of them, fall protection, machine guarding. Good morning, welcome. Hey, awesome, come on in. So there's a lot of different, topics. So if you're ever in a position where you're developing training, for your employees, that's a really good place to start out at, because you already have all of these PowerPoints that are already created. And then OSHA also has the OSHA Training Institute. It's pretty much located, they have different ed centers throughout the United States. And so Jenny and I work with the OSHA Training Institute Ed Center out of Georgia, and we teach classes on a lot of different safety and health topics. So this is a map of where OSHA has their, jurisdiction. So OSHA covers, all 50 states and then also US territories. All right. So we're down here, right? And so with, and actually looking at this map, does your program here also cover public sector?
Our program handles private sector.
But compliance? Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, cool. Okay. So kind of looking at this map, basically what it's showing us is the light blue states. Those are the states that are covered under federal OSHA. So what that means is the companies, and those are private companies. So private companies in those states, they have to follow the federal safety and health regulations. And then the states that are in like this darker blue here, these are states that are covered by an OSHA approved state plan. And so it's a plan that's run through the state. And with those plans, they have to be they can create their own standards basically, but their standards have to be at least as stringent as the federal standards. So to give you an example, right now, we don't have, with federal OSHA, we don't have a heat stress prevention or a heat stress standard. Last week, the Biden administration did announce that they're going to start working on that. So we don't have it yet, but for example, in California already has a heat stress prevention standard. So if it just depends on where you're at, there may be additional, requirements that have to be met depending on where a company is located. And then the darkest blue states, and then also you all at the Virgin Islands, that shows that the compliance, so enforcement with OSHA covers both private and public sector. Typically, OSHA just covers private sector, but in some states and then in some territories, they also cover the public sector. All right, so under OSHA, employers have the responsibility to, at a minimum, provide a safe and healthy workplace for their employees. And they also have to perform their due diligence to correct and find any safety hazards. So if an employee, presents a concern to say like a manager, upper management, the company has to respond to that concern. And have any of you all seen this poster? Yep. So this is, a simple requirement that does have to be met in every workplace. So this poster has to be posted in an area where employees can see it. And it basically covers, worker rights under OSHA, and then also employer responsibilities under OSHA. So when it comes to workers' rights, as an employee, you have the right to a workplace that is free of any, recognized safety and health hazards. And you also have the right to raise concerns or report, any safety and health concerns without experiencing retaliation by your employer. So if you notice an unsafe working condition, you're protected basically by what we call a whistleblower protection law that protects you from, say losing your job or being denied certain benefits or overtime pay. There's actually a whole lot that OSHA considers retaliation. But you are protected, from raising any concerns. You're protected from experiencing any retaliation if you do raise any concerns to your employer. And then you also have the right to report hazards to OSHA. So, or any concerns that you have directly to OSHA without experiencing any retaliation by your employer. And then this bullet point, I just wanted to highlight this one. So workers have the right to receive training in a language and a vocabulary that they understand. So in Georgia, a lot of and it might be the case here too, but in Georgia, a lot of the workforce is Spanish speaking. And so when I go to a company, I like to interview their employees who are Spanish speaking to get an idea of what kind of safety and health training they're receiving. And oftentimes they'll say, either we didn't receive any training at all, or we received the training, but it was in English. And so then I have to go back, to basically their boss and tell them, you have to provide this training, in Spanish, because it has to be provided in a language and a vocabulary that they understand. And so it's up to the company to determine how they're going to do that. So they might have to hire an interpreter, to join the training, or have an employee who can handle both languages really well, provide the training. But this is something that we do want to just be mindful of, and that training does have to be provided in a language and a vocabulary that workers will understand. So as I mentioned, you have the right to request an OSHA inspection at your facility. If OSHA does come to do an inspection, you have the right to participate in that inspection. So you can speak to an OSHA compliance officer in private, and again, without experiencing any retaliation by your employer. And then if OSHA does come and they issue citations, you have the right to view, those citations. And if you ever have like medical testing that's done on site, you have the right to see the results that were performed on you. And then also the same goes for if like air sampling or noise monitoring is performed, you have the right to view the results of those, of those tests that are performed. All right. Have any of you all worked with temporary workers, or have been a temp worker in the past? You work with some? So when you have temporary workers on site, they have to receive the same level of training as everybody else. So we work with a number of companies that do have temp workers, and so they basically have to have a conversation with the hosting or with the temp agency to determine what level of training they've already received at the temp agency. And then when they come on site, they still have to do like a site specific safety and health training for their temporary workers. All right, and how many of you all have heard of the OSHA 300 log? Do you have to maintain it? Okay. Okay. So the OSHA 300 log, it's basically, and I'll show you a picture of what it looks like. All right, so this is not very clear, but this is the OSHA 300 log. It's basically a chart that's used to document like work-related injuries or illnesses. And so not everything will go on the log, but if you have a work-related injury or illness that results in days away from work, or a job transfer or job restriction, or medical care beyond first aid, it's going to go on the 300 log. And so they have to be maintained on a calendar year basis. If you have more than 10 employees and you're within a high hazard industry, then you are required to keep the 300 log. So You know, if you're in like construction or manufacturing, landscaping, those are all going to be considered high hazard industries. And so you do have to keep the 300 log on, you know, on site, and you have to keep it maintained if you have more than 10 employees. And then I just wanted to go really quick over reporting requirements. And so this is going to be for more severe injuries. So if you had, hopefully this would never happen, but if you had an amputation, a loss of an eye, or an inpatient hospitalization and it's work related, that has to be reported directly to OSHA within 24 hours of occurrence. And if there's a work related fatality, that has to be reported within 8 hours of occurrence. And then this is just some, you know, basic information about the 300 logs. So you want to keep them on site for the past 5 years. And then basically at the end of the year, what you'll do is take all the information from this log, transfer it to what's called a 300-day summary form. That form has to be signed by the highest ranking person in the establishment. And then it has to be posted from February 1st through April 30th in an area where employees can see it. And if OSHA comes, you know, during that time period, they're going to be looking for that summary form. And here's just some helpful resources. So OSHA's website has a ton of information on it. Like I said, they have all the presentations from previous Susan Harwood grant recipients. You can find the standards there. Have any of you all tried to read the OSHA standards? Sometimes they're not that easy to understand. So OSHA has e-tools for a number of their standards, which basically take like the information from the standard, and then they present it in a way that's easier to understand. And they have a whole web page that is dedicated to heat and, you know, heat stress prevention. And so we've got like these posters over here, and you can find links on OSHA's website too. And so there's like a lot of different, you know, posters that you can use in order that can be printed out and posted in the workplace. Just kind of showing like different reminders in terms of what to do, you know, to prevent heat stress, first aid measures, you know, if somebody does have, you know, does show signs of illness. And so there's a lot of really, really good resources on OSHA's website. And then, like I mentioned, Jenny and I, we work for the OSHA Consultation Program at Georgia Tech. So this is our website down here. On our website, we've got templates for like all of the OSHA mandated safety and health programs. So if you're ever in a position, you know, where you need to develop programs, you know, for your workplace, we've got templates for all of the programs that are required by OSHA. And we also have a heat illness prevention plan template on there as well. All right, so we're gonna start talking about the heat. OSHA has a national emphasis program right now related to heat illness prevention in indoor and outdoor workplaces. And so basically what that means is it's demonstrating that, you know, this is something that's on OSHA's radar, and they are going to be, you know, taking action to address this issue that's not going to go away, right? It's probably just going to keep getting hotter. And so actually OSHA is in the process of, you know, they're beginning to work on a heat stress prevention standard. And so I don't know how long it's going to take, you know, to get that developed and implemented, but it's very likely that in the future we will have a standard for heat stress prevention. Even though there isn't a standard in place now, OSHA can still do inspections related to the heat. So under the National Emphasis Program, they do have a targeted like enforcement component. And so what that means is they're going to be going out, especially this summer, doing inspections related to the heat. And when it comes to like citing heat related hazards, they're going to cite it right now under what's called the general duty clause, which is basically like a catch-all for safety and health hazards. And so if you have an unsafe working condition, they can cite it under the general duty clause. All right. Any questions so far? All right. So before we move on, I figured we could do introductions since we're a smaller group this morning. So just, you know, tell us your name, where you're coming from, and what your experience in the heat have been like. either in the workplace, outside of the workplace, if you've ever experienced like heat exhaustion or heat stroke, or maybe you've witnessed a coworker experience heat stroke. So we'll start with you.
Outgoing, facial, operate. Vision direct. Maintain. Inside and outside.
Yeah.
We don't really have.
Okay. Okay.
Everything vision is office space.
Okay. That's good. So are the classrooms are museums here, do they have air conditioning units? It's a mixture. Okay.
Pretty more needs.
Yeah,
Try to get the wall. Patient fixes. Yeah,
okay.
it creates the use of all humidity.
Okay.
Big problem.
Yeah. So then it really have to respond.
Yeah.
Okay.
Spend a lot of time. Going, but the gas filling.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I work in Georgia, but actually live in Puerto Rico. So very similar climates, very similar situation, especially like with the school. A lot of their conditions. So and fortunately most opportunities, you know, public spaces are, but the homes are, you just have to explain it. All right, well, you're welcome. All right, well, it's you.
And if it's on hot.
What was it?
And we need less than area.
What's that? Oh. And what you do there? You're a pool attendant. Oh, so you are in a clean out something. It's great. I love you. So, okay, so like how long does that to be like on your shift? In the, or between before you have to take a break?
Well.
4 or 5 break. Okay. All right, and you have access to water? Like the drink? Sometimes? Okay. And have you felt like you have felt the effects of the heat? All the time? Oh, okay. I was a swimmer and I used to swim there, so I know what it's like to be out on the bed, but I was in Washington State, so a lot of people are out there, so not quite as hot. And I was like, are you all from the bed? I'm the supervisor. You're the supervisor. Awesome. I'm really okay, so I do activities around. Yeah, definitely. And it's very cool. So what kind of activities do you all have? So right now, make that too. Bingo, okay, trivia, karaoke, which is my favorite. Yeah, when the kids get drunk, and some other that I can't remember right now. Okay, we do activities around. Okay, and I loved it. Yeah, I love engaging with the guests. Okay, sometimes it gets really hot. Yeah, because on the food they have and when the heat waves come up from it, it really hot. So I problems they face it a lot, and it's because a lot of people around the food they have to hot. So I think it's like that as well. I've seen it many times. Employees and things. Yeah. Wow. I don't see it. Yeah, it's yeah, and even like I feel like you're on vacation too, sometimes you're out of your routine. And so you're like not taking as much water as you normally drink. Like I say that. Or it's not Like alcohol definitely has an effect when it comes to like hydration and heat stress. So that, and are some of your activities in shaded areas or most of it out on the sun?
So we don't have a station, but I always put myself underneath close to the bar, so I can stay right.
Yes.
I refuse to do activities and then with.
Yes.
It drives me crazy.
Do you want like lifeguards too?
So we are,
You will lifeguard?
we don't have lever.
Okay. 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 Okay, well, we're gonna talk about how we could, like, if someone's showing inside and they. With one of them, I don't know first, but there's certain like first aid measures they can put in place. To get their body temperature down while you're waiting for the hospital arrive. So we'll talk about that today. And the next thing is when you all being in Weston, you're gonna have access to ice, right? Which is gonna be one of the big things to get the body.
Yeah, that's what we did. Literally, yes, we put a bunch of ice inside of a towel.
Yeah.
And we,
Like
covered them with it.
No, so we'll go for speed training on like, that should, no, I didn't, I don't think. I mean, you're gonna doctor right again. Oh, that's pretty impressive.
That is impressive.
Yeah.
That's very, and you will hear about.
Yeah.
What, everything.
Yeah.
And that,
Working in from on there. But also the, I don't know, for me, I think they put a building, but they put a company with Explorer.
Oh,
I work with them. So we would often be down by the gas dock. So we were using their water. It wasn't too bad. We had like, I just want water, we have water.
okay.
And we're sometimes really fun.
No, okay.
I'm like
Yeah.
but I particularly don't get bothered by the heat. But I'm not good with being in the pool.
Okay.
oh, the cup.
Understood, makes sense. Did that involve you?
Well,
Like. Really? Awesome. Well, we're doing introduction, so, what are your? All right. All right, so actually, you're next, so you might introduce yourself, where you work, and what.
He's got a natural, like, we can provide all, so we want and
Back to the, all of them.
you know, these, experience with the heat. It worries them.
Yeah.
I'm bored of other staff members and teammates, even before it got really bad, just some
Yeah.
last year.
Yeah.
You know, like fainting and all the others, just being exposed for often. I know, what's on we had for a while, just even if I'm not headway,
Yeah.
you know, so. Yeah, I mean, I really try to pay attention to environment stuff, so not surprised, but it's
Yeah.
like, it's gonna continue to get involved with
Exactly.
a whole.
That's a whole.
Thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that we, like, it's probably gonna keep getting warmer, so now we just have to figure out, like, what are some things that we can do. To protect ourselves, you know, and what, you know, preventive measures we can put into place. To make sure that we're okay, we're, you know, around. Okay, because unfortunately, you can't like get rid of it, especially if you're working outside, right? So, but there are certain things that we can do to help our body temperature and cool down. We're currently working in the heat, but not so much in the cold. We're gonna talk a lot about the need for our bodies to get acclimated to the environment that we're working in. So the good thing for you all is that I imagine most people are from environments. So you grow up in the heat, right? And for the most part, the probably a lot of practice, like yes, at the West End. And so like being, Puerto Rico, I didn't heard this, but it's sometimes you have life with heat stress situations with people who are from that area where it's hot all the time. But if you have like workers that come from the United States or come from other areas where it's hot and warm, then and you just throw them into that working environment, their bodies are not used to working in that heat. And so they're actually going to get a way higher risk of experiencing stress versus somebody who's grown up working in. And the same goes for the cold. Our body needs time to get used to being in the cold as well. So if you ever get, treatment for example, or whatever it might be, that's just something, to also be. All right, and then we're just doing introduction. So if you want to yourself and work and what you're doing, in Finland.
I'm Maria, also half of the meeting. I'm the owner and director of Pharmacy Daycare.
Oh,
I'm very determined when people this can start program.
okay.
Maybe one, especially one place out, maybe little kids, and also on the playground.
Yes.
There.
Yeah. And so is the inside, is it temperature control or you all have the temperature?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you think people that the ones you go outside, that's it. That's another thing, maybe circulating, it's hard enough to do that, make sure the whole thing is much harder for getting through the challenges. Welcome. Okay, we've got a good group. You all have a lot of experience, being in the heat. So this is good. All right, so we are going to start with a quiz. All right, so I'm just going to read the statement and you can just tell me whether it's true or false. Okay. So heat stress may result from the buildup of muscle generated heat in the body. That's not true. It's true. That's what heat stress is. It's the buildup of heat in the body, and eventually what happens is once you once your heart is pumping and you're exposed to the heat for so long, eventually your body isn't able to cool itself down. And so that's when you can get into you're at risk of experiencing heat stroke. If somebody experiences heat stroke, your body can't do anything for themselves to cool themselves down. And so that's why you're basically dependent on the people around you to like what you did, pull you off with I get your body temperature down. Because at this point, your body, if you're not, it doesn't respond. Your body temperature is low and not very good because it's not able to cool itself down. So that's why it's so important that we know to look out for. If somebody is showing signs of a heat stroke, and that first we call 911, but then also we know exactly how to respond while we're waiting for the people to arrive. All right, the time to drink water is when you are thirsty. Is that true or false? That's good. Right, by the time by the time we're thirsty, we're probably already somewhat dehydrated, right? We probably all heard that, I remember my mom was telling me, we want to make sure that we don't need to thirsty, but that we're drinking water, throughout the day. All right, what's the most important thing that we should know about preventing heat stress? So we've got water, shade, breath, or all three are important. Pretty good, right? So we want you to remember anything water, shade, breath. Okay. You can have shade and breath, but if you don't have water, right, you're still gonna get risk of dehydration and you're still gonna get risk of experiencing heat stress. Right? Or you can have water and shade, but if you're not taking time to let your body cool down, again, you're still gonna be at risk of experiencing heat stress. And then how about the evaporation of sweat is the most important way our bodies get rid of heat. It is true. Yeah, so when we're sweating, that's like our body's mechanism of getting rid of heat, which is why here when it's humid, it feels a lot hotter and it's harder for us to cool down because the atmospheric moisture is so high. Is that interesting? So That's why it feels a lot hotter, like if it's 85 degrees here, but it's also 85% humidity, it's gonna feel a lot hotter than 85 degrees in Arizona with like 10% humidity. Right? But Arizona gets way hotter, 125 there in the summers. All right, how about over 70% of those who suffer heat stroke die? That's true. Yeah, so that's going back to my, what I had mentioned where if you don't respond, then your body temperature could go up to 110. Basically, that's going to like it sounds very graphic, but it's gonna fry basically your organs. So again, it's still important that we respond. We have 30 minutes. That's all you got. You have 30 minutes to respond and get from the bottom. All right, and if you're able to respond within 30 minutes, then that rate actually goes down to 10%. So we're gonna be we're unfortunately, part of this training does include talking about people who have passed away from heat stroke. So this is the first one that we wanted to cover, and this happened last summer. So this is Gabriel Infante. He was 24 years old. Hi, Greg. Good morning. And so he was working in San Antonio, Texas, which in the summer, it's really hot. It's really humid there. He was installing fiber optic cables. So he was basically digging outside, and it was his 5th day on the job. So what does that tell us? Inexperience in what way? Yeah.
Well, the environment and
Yeah, both. Right, so he's probably not used to working in an environment. It's probably not used to doing that much labor outside, and or in general. And so the heat index that day was over 100 degrees. So what the heat index is, it basically takes the temperature and the humidity, and then it tells you what it actually feels like to be in. So it's 100 degrees that day. He started complaining and feeling tired, and he was experiencing. Did you experience cramping, heat? Once you experience cramping, that's actually a symptom of heat exhaustion or activity. And so you really want to be mindful of that. And sometimes you might think, oh, it's just a cramp. But if it's from the heat, it's actually very serious. So we want to stop overdoing it. So what happened with him is he was moved from a digging crew to dump a load, and then he returned to the digging crew. And he actually fell into like a fit of delirium. Like he literally lost his mind. And it was because he was having heat stroke. His supervisor thought he was going to influence drugs. And so that was also another thing. This is something that someone had mentioned in another class, that because it was a fit day on the job, his coworkers probably didn't know him very well, didn't know his personality. And so they thought this guy is under the influence of drugs, like that was crazy. But he was actually experiencing heat stroke. They didn't know that. And so he thought that his coworkers were going to attack him. So he lunged out on his coworker, hit his head, and that's when he got taken to the ER. And when he was taken to the ER, his body temperature was yeah. So, and unfortunately he did pass away. And so again, I mean, this shows that 5th day on the job, he wasn't acclimated. And actually 50% of related fatalities take place during somebody's first day on the job. 50%. And then 75% take place during their first week on the job. So Jenny's going to talk about what we can do to get employees used to being heat, but there's actually like a specific schedule that we want to follow, so that we're not just throwing them out there and working 8 or 10 hour shift in the heat, the first day on the job. I'm going to see if I can kind of move this way. There we go. It's okay. Yeah, don't worry. Think so. All right. So these are just some statistics. And so between 2011 and 2021, there were 436 reported work-related deaths that were caused by environmental heat exposure. And between 2015 and 2019, there were 35 employees who died each year from environmental heat. This number is actually a lot higher than what's reported. And the reason why is because when somebody experience the heat stroke and they die from a heat stroke, if they actually die from either a heart attack or kidney failure. And so that's what is listed on the death certificate as a cause of death. It's not listed as a heat stroke. And so it's really hard to determine how many deaths have actually been attributed to heat stroke. So these numbers are reflecting the numbers that have actually been listed, like on the death certificate as a heat stroke as a cause of death, but in reality, and these are just work related deaths. I just need to figure out where there it is. All right, so we know that, working in the heat is gonna put us at risk of a heat related illness, right? It's gonna be exhaustion, heat stroke, we have heat cramp, or heat rash. But it also puts us at an increased risk of just experiencing other work related injuries. Because once you're in the heat, right, you can get heat or like headache. You know, we work with a lot of like manufacturing facilities, so maybe they have to wear gloves or like their palms get really sweaty. Their easy glasses might get fogged up and other like disability is impacted. And so these are just all things that we have to be mindful of, that maybe we may not experience a heat stroke, but if you've got something like on the ladder, in the heat, then they could get an increased risk of falling. That's actually what happened to the brother of somebody who was in one of our previous classes. So she had shared a story about her brother with a window washer in Georgia. And Georgia was really hot in the summers. And so it was in the summer, he was under direct sunlight, and he started to get really dizzy and lightheaded and he fell off the ladder. And miraculously, he actually landed on his feet. But he fell from such a tall height that the impact of landing on his feet, it actually paralyzed him. Yeah. And so he didn't experience a heat stroke per se, but and she said that he died years later from from that injury or complications. So it still puts us at an increased risk, of falls, or there's a whole lot of injuries that we could experience, especially when you got workers who are dealing with machinery or they're already in dangerous situations. So, with heat-related illnesses, they're all preventable. 100% of them are preventable. So that's what we're going to spend a good amount of time talking about what we can do to prevent them from happening. So as long as we've got certain measures in place, we can prevent it from happening in the workplace. And if a heat stroke doesn't really kill somebody, it can still cause serious health effects. So it can cause, heart and liver damage, kidney and muscle damage, it can cause nervous system and blood disorder. So, yeah, even if somebody does survive, they can have some longer lasting effects. All right, so have any of you all seen the colors and showing the heat? So this is from the CDC's website. And basically what it's telling us is the number of heat-related emergency room visits per 100,000 visits on that day. So this is for July 24th. So when I was putting this together, what's a very typical hot, typically very hot day. So July 24th seems pretty hot. So basically what it shows us is, if you look at these, like this area, right? So it's a darker kind of green color over here too. That's where it was over 100 degrees that day, and that's where we're seeing the highest number of heat-related ER visits. So Texas, you had 681 per 100,000. Las Vegas area, Arizona area, over 1,000. We actually did a heat stroke class. Our colleague did one on Monday in Las Vegas. And they were saying it was like 120 degrees there. And it is drier, but 120 degrees, that wouldn't be fun.
I'm looking at it
Right now?
right now.
Yeah.
And there are exclamation points over the Washington State area,
Really?
the California area, the Georgia, Florida area, the Virginia, Pennsylvania area and New York, New Jersey area, and for July 9th this year, we went up from 305 up to 453 in Georgia.
Oh, wow.
Region, and both the Washington area is over 1,100 acres.
Okay, so that's really, it's really a cool area. Probably people aren't used to being
Evaluated, yeah.
up there. That's very 11
And then the New York one was 47 there, it's 360 degrees.
Wow.
The Pennsylvania one with Virginia is
Yeah.
it's 127, it's 773.
Oh my gosh. That was good. That was on my,
We've been nine,
yeah,
yeah, it's a couple day flag, but
yeah. That's crazy. So just showing you, right, that you know, temperatures are I was actually listening to an article recently about Arizona, like the Phoenix area. Basically, that area is not designed to have as many people living in it as it is. Because it's really dry and it's like a lot of water. Well, so it was talking about how, and they're very dependent on air conditioning, right? If it's like 120 degrees, you have to do air conditioning.
We fix equipment.
For sure, right? And now there's been this huge exodus of people moving there. And so, this article was saying that they decided a study that was done, and this study found that if Arizona had a blackout, like if they lost electricity, they would lose 1% of population. So they would lose 13,000 people just from the heat there. Just wild. Yeah, so again, you know, typically, like, and this is a point that we'll bring up later, but the heat is actually, heat kills more people than any other like natural disaster. You know, we're familiar with hurricanes, right? And hurricanes typically get a lot of coverage. In the state, we've got tornadoes to flooding, but heat kills way more people than any of those other disasters, but we don't hear about it as much. We probably will, you know, more than now, but it's just an interesting thing that I had read. Okay, so this chart is showing the heat index. So basically what, like I had mentioned, the heat index takes into account humidity and it takes into account temperature, basically puts the two together and tells us what it actually feels like to the human body. So if you take a look at this, and actually, let's see where we are today. All right. So I've got this app, and when we take a break, I'll show you all how you can download this. But this is the NIOSH OSHA Heat Index app. Are you all going to be working outside? Super important. So it takes our location, and then it gives us our temperature and the humidity, like in real time. And then basically classifies it as caution, warning, danger. Probably we're gonna be the danger zone all summer here. So, and then if you click on precaution, it gives you all the different measures. That you can implement, the water and shade, emergency planning and response, work and rest. Training for your employees, training is huge. We're gonna talk about that. You know, watching out for people with illnesses. So there's some things that we should be looking out for. And then it also has an hourly function. So right now, based on the temperature and humidity, it's 101 already. And it's 9:10 a.m. Okay? All right, let's see. Tomorrow, you know, between 11 a.m. and 2, it's going to be like 106. Okay? Then 305 is going to go down. By 7, it'll be a 93. Okay? So right now the temperature outside it's only 89 degrees, but it's the humidity. Actually it's not. It feels like 100. So this is called the non-OSHA heat gap. And if you get an outdoor, it's really difficult. So you know, if we take a look here, let's say it's, let's see, 94, 40% humidity, which could be like just like 92, 40% humidity. That's like could be like a typical like really hot day in Georgia. It's gonna feel like it's 4. But if it's 92, and I know it gets here in the Caribbean, it gets to like 80% humidity easily, right? Sometimes. So if it's 92, but we're at 80%, it's gonna feel like 121. Isn't that crazy? So this is really what we want to go off of, is what the heat index is. Because as there's more humidity in the air, it's gonna actually feel hotter to our bodies. All right, so who's at risk? Who's at risk of experiencing, heat stress? The job. Employees, everyone, here basically everyone, right? So what are some specific industries that come to mind? Construction, absolutely. Yeah, we should add that. We should add that. Yes. Like hospitality, right? Yeah. Maintenance, yeah. Yeah. What's that? Factory workers, definitely. And in factories and manufacturing plants, a lot of times we have equipment that also produces green heat too. That's a whole other thing. Well, what have you mentioned? And like, they probably have to run more locations than pool attendant at times, right? So, yeah.
You mentioned the outside, but I think earlier we also mentioned that people who work inside who happen to have no air conditioning or Wi-Fi. Yeah, or even students in schools where they're conditioning. So now it's bigger your, the teachers as well. Can't forget them.
Yeah.
So they also there's an indoor factor to this.
For sure, and especially if you're like used to working in an air conditioned environment, and then you lose power that you don't have, air conditioning, then that's gonna be really hard on the body too. Yeah. We've got a whole, we've got a pretty extensive list here. I mentioned construction, right? If you're working out on the road, I don't know if I can live, they work on the roads at night. For this reason. Well, probably to avoid traffic also. Because it's so hot, if you're like laying outside, that's hot. Manufacturing, I worked at the manufacturing plant. They're outside, so they have to heat up I don't know all the technical jargon, but basically the rock that they use, and they got to clean up these big. And so I will purposely schedule my visits to those plants in like January and February, because walking around there in July, it is so hot. Bakery? Have any of y'all worked in a bakery or in a restaurant before? It gets hot, right? Even like at home, being over the stove, and I would move from Florida where we have central air conditioning. So the whole house is full. To Puerto Rico, where you only got the unit in the room, right? And so like cooking and the heat, and then you just shut it for me. Just like open the window, open everything. Yeah, I just have to pay explaining all the time, agriculture, again, if you're working outside, a lot, unfortunately, a lot of heat-related fatalities in the workplace are taking place in the agricultural sector. Because a lot of employees were out and on their own too. And so it's hard to recognize, the ownership impact of the heat stress. Landscaping is very similar as well. Maritime is applicable here. Fishermen, yeah, you're like out in the direct heat. Mail and package delivery. Another one. So last summer there were a number of like UPS and UPS drivers who they passed away on their routes. Because now they're working on making those, making the start climate control. But at least even last year, like the UPS trucks, they're not climate control. And then you're going in and out and they're carrying packages, and that's a lot of stress on the body. Have any of y'all worked in like a warehouse before? They're hot too, huh? Yeah, there's not a lot of airflow. Some of them are air conditioned, which is nice, but not all the time. All right, let me take a look at, let's take it. And then. The bathrooms are back there. And then there's water, there's snacks, you can help yourself. For these forms, this form, we're gonna use information on this form, to send you your qualification certificate. So include the name that you want on your certificate and then also the mailing address that you want to get that to. And then the last two forms you're gonna fill out at the end of the class. Okay? And then I don't think you signed in. All right, we're gonna sheet right here. So we'll have to start there. I'm just gonna check Zoom, make sure we're good here. All right, we are going to get started. So welcome to those who have joined us on Zoom. We are going to start talking about heat stress now, okay? All right, let's see here. All right, so first we're going to cover how the body cools now. So there's basically two main ways. The first way is what we call convection, which is where your heart is pumping blood to the blood vessels that are under your skin. And then after that, we've got evaporation, which is basically sweating. So when we're sweating, we're basically that heat basically evaporating off of our body. So we've got convection, we've got sweating, but what can happen is that sweating mechanism can fail. So your heart can only take so much. And so actually when someone experiences a heat stroke, they stop sweating. And the skin is actually gonna be dry and hot to the touch. And so, as we're exposed to, more and more heat, and we're also, if you're exerting stuff in the hot environment, our heart is gonna come faster to try to keep the body down. That's why oftentimes when people pass away from heat stroke, they pass away from a heart attack. Basically the heart will stop. So there are a number of factors that can affect somebody's tolerance to the heat and to put them at an increased risk of experiencing heat stress. And this is super important, but definitely want you all to remember these different factors that we're going to talk about, because one person, their body may be, in a really good condition in terms of responding to the heat or tolerating the heat, but maybe the person next to them has experienced some of these different personal risk factors, and so that could put them in a decrease. Everybody's body, depending on their health, their overall health, if they have certain health conditions, but also behavioral factors. So alcohol consumption, caffeine consumption, that's going to put us at an increased risk of experiencing heat stress. So age, as we get older, our bodies do have a tolerating heat. The same goes for weight. If their weight increases, it's going to be harder for us to tolerate the heat. Physical fitness. So typically, if you are more physically fit, your body's going to be able to tolerate the heat better. But that does not mean that you are not at risk. Right. Because there are a lot of elite athletes who are in great shape who have died from heat stroke. And so one example that I use in our class is, I was a swimmer when I was in high school. He was an open water swimmer, like world class, he was a professional. So he would swim in oceans and lakes. And typically open water swimmers swim really long distances, so like 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, it's crazy. And his name was Frank Crippen, and he died from the heat stroke while he was racing. And he was racing in I think it was Dubai. And it was a really hot day, the water temperature was really hot outside. And so he was in the best shape of his life. But because of the stress, everyone who's physically right. And the fact of all, it was a really hot environment, his body couldn't handle it. Adjusting to the hot environment, right? So something to keep in mind, if you've got workers, say you've got people who are coming to the States and working for the summer, at the hotel, or you've got a lot of guys who are coming from colder areas, right? Their bodies aren't going to be used to the heat, like maybe your bodies are used to the heat. And so we need time to get adjusted to the hot environment. I'm from the Seattle area, so it's actually not hot there. I guess it is now, according to the map. They're having a heat wave. It's probably only 85 degrees, but that's really hot, for there. So I'm from Seattle. So in Seattle, we don't have air conditioning in the homes, at least the older homes don't. And if it's 80 degrees, everybody goes to the mall to be in air conditioning, 80, maybe even 75. We don't tolerate the heat well, okay? And so I went to college in New Orleans, Louisiana, which in the summer is a very simpler climate this year. Okay? It's hot most of the year. So I moved there in August. And my first year, and I was on the swim team, and we had a big workout, so we're in the weight room, and I oversaw my alarm. So I arrived in this late, okay, big mistake, the freshman. And so I had to, I basically like punished for being late. So I finished the weight workout, so I had to spend like 15 minutes in the gym. Then afterwards, my weight coach told me, all right, follow me out to the football field. And so I went out to the football field. It was 3 p.m. It was New Orleans in August on the turf, which is probably similar to like a concrete, where you are on the full deck. It's just like been absorbing heat all day. And he brought out this like sled, which kind of looked like a torture device, with 2 like 50-pound weights on it. Dropped me in, and he was like, all right, you're gonna run going down, pushing it, and then you're gonna pull it on the way back. And you're gonna do that 8 times. And after 4 times, like he stopped me because I was breathing so hard, and he was like genuinely concerned and asked me if I had that. And I was like, no, this is so not used to this heat. Like I'm not used to being out here like this. And I didn't like now looking back, it's because I was so not acclimated at all. And I had mentioned this in our class on Tuesday. We didn't receive like even being athletes, we didn't receive any sort of training on heat. Unfortunately now I think even like athletics departments are becoming more mindful of the heat and they're becoming more prepared. But unfortunately, that's a result of athletes passing away, from. But yeah, I had no idea that that's what was going on. Other health conditions are going to put us at an increased risk. So, diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, having respiratory illnesses or kidney disease, that's all going to put somebody at an increased risk of heat stress. Okay, so again, you may all have guests, you may not know what their health conditions are, or you may have guests or employees who have, these health conditions. And so we want to be mindful of just what their signs and symptoms look like. This is something that we can ask our employees or our coworkers what medications they're on, or maybe they don't want to share with us, what health conditions they have. So that's why training is so important. So that we can train them on what these risk factors are, and then they can be mindful of that, and then they can take, make educated decisions based on, what risk factors they may be experiencing. Certain medications are going to put you at an increased risk as well. So antihistamine, blood pressure medication, muscle relaxation. Like antipsychotic medications are also going to put you at an increased risk because they alter the way your body like regulates its internal temperature. And so you may not realize actually, it ultimately feel. So you may not realize that you may not realize body is actually are. Very interesting. And diabetics are going to put you at an increased risk. I'm going to go back a slide. All right. The use of alcohol, okay? Use of drugs, use of caffeine. So alcohol and caffeine, they're diuretics, okay? So basically we're gonna get rid of water a lot faster than we're drinking alcohol and caffeine. That's gonna put us at an increased risk of dehydration. So I'm not telling you to not have any coffee, okay? But you don't want to be drinking like Red Bulls or Monster Energy drinks during your shift while you're out in the sun. Because one, they've got a lot of caffeine, right? And that's going to make you more dehydrated. And that's also going to have some pretty strong effects on the heart. Alcohol consumption within 24 hours of a shift is going to put somebody at an increased risk of experiencing stress. So one of our classes, we had a gentleman who worked with a company that they were primarily outside, and he had said that we have the highest number of like heat-related instances on Monday morning. Why do you think that is? The weekend, right? They're meeting on the weekends.
And so they're coming to work on Monday morning and they're already dehydrated. Okay, so we also want to, like, even over the weekend, like on Sunday, we want to be mindful of and just getting enough water too, like how much water to drink the day before is going to affect us the following too. Exactly. Certain clothing, like certain materials, obviously are going to either, they're gonna be moisture wicking or they're not, like polyester is the worst, when it comes to the heat. We wanna wear materials that are going to actually be moisture wicking and breathable. We work with a lot of industries that their employees have for personal protective equipment. So, hard hats, respirator, boots, that's all gonna put a lot more stress on the body. And then, let's see here, what are some other characteristics? Pregnancy, I'm 6 months pregnant and I do not tolerate the heat like I used to. I have to take a lot of breaks. The history prior heat illness too, so if you've experienced like heat exhaustion or heat with hot, or heat exhaustion, then we go to increase risk of experiencing it again. So I'll actually take a moment to share my personal experience. So I was a swimmer, right? And my 3rd year in the university, we had our championship swim meet. So it's like at the end of the season, we were working for the whole year. The week before, I had babysat a child who was sick, and I got norovirus from her, which is basically like throwing up, for 24 hours. It's awful. So you lose a lot of fluid. And so I was like severely dehydrated that. And so my mom was a nurse and she was like, listen, you need to go to the doctor and you need to ask for an IV. Because that's pretty much the only thing that's gonna help you with this. Because I had practice the next day up until this week. So went to the doctor didn't want to give me an IV. So he sent me home with some electrolyte beverages and he just asked me to rehydrate on my own. So, I followed his orders. I consumed those beverages. They don't taste good. They're super salty, right? And so I was okay for some time. Welcome. And so, and then, then somebody comes up 5 days. And I was a long distance runner, so I swam longer races. My races on Friday or on Thursday and Friday were shorter than my last race, which is going to be mine. So my races on Friday and Thursday and Friday, I could barely get out of the water. Everything was spinning. I was done. I had no idea what was going on. I didn't realize I was just sick the week before. I just thought maybe I had a well, I had a tumor, that's where my mind was. And so, but then the night before, my mind, I was so scared because I was thinking, if I feel that way, after these races, how am I going to feel after the mile? Which is 3 times faster than all the races that I've done so far. So the mile 66 length was a pool. And but I tried to forget about how I felt, right? We had a meeting with our team right before the last session, and the coach was like, "Wait, you can have your team, and all the training you've been doing." So like that's where my mindset was like, okay, like I gotta do this. So another thing that was kind of making this the perfect storm was that my team had a tradition of chugging a Starbucks double shot, right? Every week. All right, so you have a lot of caffeine, like and I had a lot of caffeine in my system because I had already had 2 the day before, right? And now the mind like chugging the double shot. And my body already like really predisposed to be like my electrolyte being way out of whack. So I dive in. The first day actually 40 last night was. And then after about 40, I started to get hooked, and then my mom started to get hooked. And I just like, according to my teammates, they said I just looked like a sloth moving through the water. And the last thing I remember is like feeling like I was breathing through a straw. Like I just couldn't, like when I was trying to breathe, I just like could not get enough air into my lungs. And so, and I was at the, like, if this is the pool, I was on the end lane and my team was right here, so they were watching this happen, and instead of like when I would breathe, my face was completely blue. And I ended up blacking out, and I kept swimming miraculously, like I kept moving through the water, I wouldn't even call it. I touched the wall. The good thing is that because it was like a championship study, there were people on the deck. So they recognized that something was wrong. And so they were right there behind the lane, like when I touched the wall. And when I touched the wall, I did come out, like they were able to grab my favorite and pull me out of the backboard. They pulled me out of the backboard and they gave me oxygen. And then they brought me back to like a boiler room or some room in the back of the pool. And they just like bumped ice all over. So they actually, fortunately, they did recognize what was going on. And I remember like hearing voices, but I couldn't see anything. And I didn't even know I was like, I don't like all I remember is hearing voices. So they dumped ice on me, and which is pretty much what you want to do when someone's experiencing a heat stroke. Like you're just going to do whatever you can using what you've got on hand to get their body temperature. So then after that, I don't know how long I was back there. They took me to the ambulance. They gave me 2 liters of fluid. And within like 1.5 to 2 hours, I started to be able to see again and kind of regain consciousness. In terms of like understanding what was happening. And then I was okay after that. You know, I had like for about a week, I felt really weird. Like I was really sensitive to light, to noise. But I didn't know that that's what was happening. And we realized now the heat stroke because even after they had pulled me down, when they took my temperature in the ambulance, it was 104. So I don't know, you know, we don't know what it was like when they pulled me out of the pool, but basically my body was just completely overheating. And the thing is so cool, they're not even that hard. The competition pools, they're actually really cool. But because I was like physically exerting myself so much, like probably never would have ever knocked in my life. And I had all that caffeine, and I was super sick the week before. Like that was really the big thing. And so it was just like the perfect storm. And so that's the reason why like this topic is so important to me. And that's why training is so important and just being aware of other things around us, and we can recognize what's going on. So we've talked about this, right? The buildup of heat in the body, or sorry, heat stress is the buildup of heat in the body that can't be removed by natural mechanisms. So when we say natural mechanisms, that's convection, so our heart pumping blood, right, to the rest of our body, and evaporation. So that, you know, basically sweating that heat off. And it's a result of 2 things. So it's a result of our internal heat that's generated from our body, so just from moving, basically, and being alive. And then the external heat load from our work environment. So these are some different like behavioral cues that we want to look out for. So you know, hand and limb shaking, decreased productivity or increased absenteeism. So I mean, there could be a number of reasons why someone is not as productive. But if you're working in the heat, right, and you're just recognizing that your coworker is impacting like they normally do, or they've got awkward postures, right? So they got their hands on their knees and they're just trying to like compensate for fatigue and catch their breath. It's a good indication that they're probably experiencing some heat stress. So we're going to go through these different heat stress disorders and what they look like, how they feel, and how to respond to them. Have any of you experienced heat rash? Yeah? Yeah, all the time? What does it feel like? Is it itchy? Is it burn?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's super uncomfortable, right? Yeah, it's not, it's like probably the least severe, I think like further ordered, but it's still pretty debilitating. It's so uncomfortable.
Basically, what happens with heat rash is like our, the sweat ducts from the skin get blocked. Just from all the moisture, like from sweating, and then it causes like a third rash. And it looks like this, so they're like little bumps and they're raised, sometimes they have like fluid in them. And the times that I find it is like on my face, my neck, my chest, or especially like elbow area. And that's typically where you're gonna see it like breaking out. And the reason why they call it prickly is because once you like break out and then you start sweating again, it feels like your skin on fire. It's like this prickly sensation, super uncomfortable. And there's really not a whole lot, you know, you kind of can do, we just have to wait for it to go away. But there are some things that can kind of speed up that healing process. So one, you don't want to put like a moisturizing cream on. Okay, so you actually want to keep that area dry and you want to keep it cool as much as you can. And then like how much really the drawing motion is going to be really helpful. So like by your cortisone or benadryl cream, that can help like with the itching and then also just speeding up that healing process. But it typically like will resolve on its own within about 4 days. Have you experienced that with any of the kids in your daycare? Yeah. I think kids are really vulnerable, especially if they're in labor. Other than that, you know, they've got, you know, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's really uncomfortable. I got it last summer. We had some friends that came to visit and we went on like a snorkeling tour with them and they were on this sun for a really long time and I broke out with my hand and even just like bending my knuckles and typing wasn't uncomfortable, you know, so I didn't have to do like very strenuous work after that, so I can only imagine, you know, what it would feel like having to go back out in the sun and work even with a heat rash. But you want to do your best to keep it clean and keep it dry. All right, how about heat cramps? You ever get those heat cramps like in your calves? They're so painful, right? Yeah, the Charlie horse. Yeah. And we probably don't realize that when we're experiencing actually a heat cramp. Like typically we'll be like, oh, I'm having a cramp, you know, but a lot of times it's a heat cramp. And so basically it's a result of, you know, being in the heat and then physical exertion. And when we sweat, we lose salt, we lose potassium. And so then that's our muscles reaction, you know, to those low salt levels in our muscles, they cramp up. So we do want to be really mindful if we're experiencing heat cramps because they oftentimes are a symptom of heat exhaustion. And so if we keep working and we keep like working with them, then we're just pushing our body more and more, and then that could reach, you know, to where we're experiencing a heat stroke. So, you know, if you do experience a heat cramp, you want to stop what you're doing. You know, try to find a cooler place, right? And you actually want to stop any strenuous work for 3 hours after the cramp subside. It's a long time. It's a long time. Drink water, have a snack, and have some electrolytes as well. But we don't want to return back to work because at this point we're already in exhaustion. So we don't want to push our bodies even further. You know, doing gentle stretches are going to help us, you know, just with the pain relief. You want to seek medical attention if, you know, if the person who's experiencing a heat cramp has heart problems, if they are on a low sodium diet, or if their cramps don't subside within an hour, right? And this is, I'm going to mention something that I'm going to bring up a lot. When I say like seek medical attention, don't just ask them to go like to urgent care. If you have somebody that's showing like these symptoms, you never want to leave them alone. Okay? And the reason why is because they're already under, you know, they're experiencing heat stress.
And it could keep progressing. And so we don't want to leave them. All right, so heat syncope, is basically like, it's a fainting spell, or you're feeling really weak, you're feeling really fatigued, and because of the heat. And so, again, this could be a symptom in itself with exhaustion. But basically, it's gonna occur, you know, when you're dehydrated, and then also you're not used to being in the heat. So if you're feeling like lightheaded, if you have someone who's fainted, then you want them to sit down, but move them to a cooler spot. We wanna give their body time to cool down. If they, are just great, then give them, have them drink water, sport beverage, so something with electrolyte, some juice, maybe have them have a snack. And then now we're getting into the more serious heat disorders. So heat exhaustion, basically our body responds to excessive sweating. Okay. And it's kind of the step before experiencing heat stroke. Right. So heat exhaustion is really serious. And there are a lot of different symptoms. Profuse sweating, experiencing like extreme weakness or fatigue, having a headache, feeling dizzy, okay, lightheaded or confused. So there's also like some mental effects. Right? Like we pretty much experiences, right? Like if you're getting like really agitated or irritable or being heat all day, right? A loss of appetite. You've felt that before? Yeah. Feeling nauseous, vomiting. This is serious. Like we want to make sure that we're not just working through this. Okay. Feeling, fast and shallow breathing. So just not, especially if you're like doing exercise, not like you're getting enough air in your lungs. Maybe your eyesight is going, you're having vision problems. Talked about muscle cramps, excessive thirst. You can start feeling chill as well. With heat exhaustion, your skin is, you're still sweating, so your skin is going to still be like really heavy. And sometimes unconsciousness, but typically if someone's unconscious, they may already be experiencing heat stroke. So there are a number of things that we can do if someone is showing those symptoms. All right. So depending on severity, we may need to seek medical care. And again, you don't want to leave them alone. Take them, go with them, to urgent care. Rest in a cool place. All right. So if you have an area that is air conditioned, that's going to be best. Don't leave them alone. Right. Have someone sit with them and they cool down. If we don't have any air conditioning, at least find a shaded spot, sit down. If you're outside, maybe an area where you can breathe. If you've got a fan, place a fan there. But have them sit down, be in a shaded area. Also, resting on the back when your back is like elevated, that's also going to be helpful for the circulation. Have them drink cool fluid. Okay. So we want them to drink water, and then I think also glass of it on board as well. We do not want to give them soda, okay? With the boy, high sugar drinks at this point, all right? But water and electrolytes are going to be our priority. And then there are some other things that we can do to help cool the body down at a faster rate. So if you've got access to a full shower, have them sit under that running water, okay? A cold water. Same if you've got access to a cool bath. And this is something that we're seeing a lot more with, like with athletics, is they'll actually have like tubs they can fill up and just fit in to cool down. That's not an option. At the least, what you can do is get a towel and soak it with cold water, or ice water, and just have them apply it on the neck, on their face, right? On their arms. That actually really helpful. That's something that I do, like if I'm exercising, I'll get a cold towel and just kind of place it around my face. There's also cooling towels. So they're really nice, basically, they get activated when you just wet them, and they stay cool for an extended period of time. So a lot of workers now will have them like around their necks just to keep them cool, but you can also use that to help cool down the body. And then remove any unnecessary clothing, so this is something that we see a lot, like in manufacturing and construction, where you got employees who are wearing a lot of PPE. So, or heavier clothing, like a lot of welders, you know, they have pretty heavy clothing, so get them to a safe spot. And then remove any unnecessary layers or any unnecessary clothing, and then don't leave them alone. Okay, so there's actually at the end of this notebook, if we have time, we're gonna go over them. We've got a number of case studies that are from the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health, NIOSH. And so basically what NIOSH, so this is in tab 3 at the end. And so basically what NIOSH does is they will do these studies on different like work-related fatalities. And the first one, and so we have 4 that are related to heat stroke. And the first one was a worker who was he was working in a tobacco farm in North Carolina. And just the reason why I wanted to highlight this right now is because he was showing signs of heat stroke, and I believe it was his supervisor, drove him home, okay? Left him at home, and he didn't even make it through his front door. And he passed away just on his doorstep. So that's just kind of, you know, just showing why it's so important that we don't leave anybody alone. And you know, let me see here. Oh, these are the things. I've been fine. I just wanted to see what symptoms he was showing. Because he may not have been showing signs of heat stroke yet. Yeah, it's just that, you know, the victim complained of not feeling well to the crew leader. He just said he wasn't feeling well. So the crew leader notified the farmer. The farmer drove the victim to the migrant worker's house, and the farmer watched him get out of the seat and go up the stairs on the right into the house. And approximately 45 minutes later, the farmer's brother found the victim unconscious on the steps of his house. So again, we don't want to leave employees alone if they've been, you know, if they've been working in the heat and they're telling them, you know what, I'm not feeling well. And he was taken eventually to the hospital, and his temperature was reported at 100 degrees. All right, and then next we do have heat stroke, okay? So heat stroke, definitely the most serious heat related disorder, right? And as we had mentioned, it occurs when your body is unable to cool itself down. So now you've got, if you're not responding heat stroke, your body is just going to keep building up heat inside. Okay. And so because of that, if someone's experiencing heat stroke, your body temperature could rise to 106 or higher within 10 to 15 minutes. The long, you know, that's really high for a short period of time. And it can go a lot higher as well. So that's why it's so important that we respond as soon as possible and that we provide immediate treatment. So these are the symptoms that we need to be looking out for. You know, high body temperature and rising, and nausea and vomiting. At this point, victims may be experiencing seizures. You know, experiencing disorientation or delirium. So if you grab somebody and they're just like talking mumble jumble and not making any sense, or maybe their speech is slurred, and they're not, you know, you've been working with them for a while and they're their personality, and now they're acting, you know, in a strange way or not typical how they normally act, and they've been in the heat, they may be experiencing heat stroke. At this point, because sweating has stopped, right, or sweating mechanism has failed, their skin is gonna feel dry to the touch. It's gonna be hot and dry to the touch. And then the unconsciousness People who experience heat stroke, they could fall into a coma. Shortness of breath, also decreased urination and blood in the urine or stool can also be a symptom. All right, so what do we do if someone is experiencing a heat stroke? We're gonna call 911 immediately, okay? And then if we can, cold water immersion is going to be the best way to cool their bodies down, all right? So for a short period of time, we want to submerge them in like cold, icy water. Now, I understand that's not always going to be option, depending on where we are. So there are other things that we can do, okay? So there are different techniques. One of them, you're going to spray cold water on their skin and their body, and then you're just going to fan them like this, and like basically mimicking what sweating does. So we're getting that heat off of those. All right. The next thing that we can do is packing them with ice. Okay. So exactly what you have done. So find something to contain them, right? You pack them with ice in their neck, at least in your neck, the armpit, the groin area. Have a cooling blanket on here. And so we have in tab 4, we have a heat stroke prevention shopping list. It's something to take to upper management and tell them, this is what we need to have, like, okay? And so we've got, the first responder kits, all right, instant full packs. So you just kind of, you can activate them and then apply them, you know, to the neck, armpits, groin area, electrolyte replacement packs. Now, if some of these things, if some of these things, we're not going to force them to drink anything. Because a lot of times they're not going to be positive, so we don't want to force someone to have positive. A bucket for filling with ice cold water to cool the person down. A radio or phone for reporting heatfulness, thermometer. A blanket or a tarp, which for the taco method, which we're going to talk about next. Cloth towels, which if you're at the pool, should be very accessible, right? Have towels. For soaking in cold water. So even if you don't have a cooling blanket, you can get a towel so you can cold water and sort out the person or in that towel. Right, so the taco method is you really don't need much, but it's a really effective method for getting somebody's body temperature down and it can save their life. Okay, so basically what it is you've got a tarp, all right, and it's probably similar to what you did with the towel. You've got a tarp, you're going to like gently boggle the victim onto the tarp, right? And then you're gonna have 4 employees, so 1 employee in each corner, and you're just gonna dump ice onto the victim. And then each employee is gonna have a corner and they're gonna lift it up, and you're basically just moving and agitating that tarp, the water in the tarp, so that it's coming in contact with different parts of their body. And you're gonna do that until the EMS arrive, and if the ice is melting, then you're just gonna add more ice. All right, and you're gonna do that to get their body temperature down. Well, welcome. So again, you have less than 30 minutes to make an impact. Right, so I would say, seeing tool can acquire some cooling blanket or a tarp, and just when you have new employees, train them on where the ice is located and train them, on these different techniques too. And also on the signs and symptoms of heat stroke and heat exhaustion, so that they can respond in a timely manner. And we also want to train them so that if they're feeling it in themselves, they can take a break, right? That's why training is so important. So training them on what it feels like, what it looks like, and letting them know, like, hey, these are nauseous, right? This is take a break in this area. Don't feel like we need to keep going. Notify your sleep provider, have somebody join you and let your body cool down. Okay? Take a break. All right. We do not need to keep, the story will be okay, it just we don't need to push our bodies anymore. All right. Okay, so we're gonna do a quick activity and then we'll take another break. So we'll just kind of read through these different scenarios, and then you're gonna tell me, what this particular employee is experiencing what they should do, and what their coworkers or supervisors should do. All right, so this is Reggie. He works for a residential roofing company in Valdosta, Georgia, which is in South Florida, and it's really hot there. He's been working in the sun for the past 6 hours. It's 2 p.m. and the sun is ruthless. So his shirt is soaked with sweat. He's beginning to feel nauseous and dizzy. He almost fell off the roof. Right? And he temporarily lost his balance. And he sat down for a bit to regather himself. And when he stood up, he felt a wave of extreme. Any thoughts here? Yeah, sounds kind of familiar, right? His coworkers told him he should take a break, but he doesn't want to delay the work any further. That's what. Yeah. He already took a long break in the morning to go buy a case of water for himself and his coworkers. When he went to the store, he bought himself an energy drink because the heat was making him tired. All right, which was very counterproductive, but he probably didn't even realize that. He was just responding to feeling tired. So what is Reggie experiencing? He's experiencing heat exhaustion. Yep. So what should he do? What should his supervisor or his coworker do to help him? Yeah. 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 Yes. Yes, exactly. So I would say get him up to roof safely, right? We don't want him to be directly under the sun. And we want to move him to a shaded or cooler area. And yeah, it shows the importance of like the supervisor being on board, right? And communicating with them. It's okay. Like actually, I'm forcing you, to take a break. Okay. And have him rehydrate. Have him drink water. Hopefully they've got, at least like some Gatorade, on site. But at this point, he's been sweating for a while, so he's gonna need some electrolytes on board. And then I would say don't have him, I would say don't even have him return to work right now. Just let him take, rest and let his body. Good. All right, this one's a little bit longer. So this is Hallie. She's an intern for a waste management company that has been tasked with the hazardous waste removal of an abandoned hospital in southern Mississippi that was severely damaged from a hurricane. It's her first day working on this project. On the way to the hospital, her coworker drives her to an industrial supply store to buy a half-mask respirator and a Tyvek suit. The half-mask respirator, you want to look with like the cartridges? Asbestos was detected in the hospital, and half-mask respirators and Tyvek suits are now required within the hospital by the general contractor. It's mid-July, and the heat index is 110 degrees when they get to the hospital. This is Hallie's first time wearing a half-mask respirator. Her team begins working on the 8th floor of the hospital, which is not equipped with electricity, all right? And the heat, coupled with the respirator and the suit, is stifling. So as she moves from room to room, Hallie collects containers, aerosol cans, and buckets that may contain hazardous chemicals. She places the chemicals on a cart and continues throughout the hospital. By the time she makes it to the 5th floor, she is starting to feel nauseous. She asks to take a break outside, water station, so not even nearby, okay? But her supervisor tells her she must wait until lunchtime, since they're running behind. Okay, have any of y'all heard that before? Like not now, later, okay? The cart is getting heavier and heavier, and Hallie begins to have a hard time breathing with the respirator on. She feels like she's breathing through a straw. She tries to tell her supervisor, but she can't form any words. As she pushes the cart into the freight elevator to get to the 4th floor, Hallie collapses to the ground and becomes unconscious. She has stopped sweating and her skin is hot. That's a heat stir. Yes. All right. What should we do? Number 1. Come on, excellent. Very good. What next? Yeah, remove it. I would say get her in the car. Get her onto the building. All right? That, yeah, remove that title and remove that respirator. All right? What else? Cool. Yeah. I, when I was in college, I was interested in the environmental safety company. And we did the hazardous waste removal of a hospital called Sheridan Hospital. They've been abandoned for like 10 years at that point after Hurricane Katrina. And this is exactly what we're doing. And there were a lot of OSHA violations here. They drove me to Granger, which is an industrial supply store, on the way to the hospital. They picked up a respirator for me and they said, put this on. All right, there's a lot. There's specifically 40 of them employee. And we were there at 2 p.m. in July. Moving around the hospital, did not have electricity, it was just a total quiet. I was okay, but I remember the water station was outside. There was just one, and there were a lot of contractors on that site. There was just one of the buckets with the little cups. So the thing is that apparently this wasn't as much of a problem as they made it seem. So in this particular, but you bring up a really good point. Like if there's been like hazmat, you know, response. Yeah, I mean, that makes it a little more complicated. Yeah, yeah, depending on the level of, you know, exposure, if you want to make sure that they're not going to be exposed to something that could make them really sick, but we also want to do everything we can to cool her down as soon as possible. You all have mentioned ice, right? So I'm hoping there's ice there, at least like some cool water, right? But we're just gonna do whatever we can to get her body temperature down. So hopefully there's a tarp, maybe some ice, do a tarp method. Or at least wrap her with some cold towels, right? And wait for EMS to arrive. All right, we've got one more. So this is Leonard. He recently began working for an industrial bakery that manufactures waffles. I based this one off of the places I've been to. They made like, kind of like, they don't make Eggo waffles, they make like the Walmart version of Eggo waffles. So it's his third day on the job and he's been assigned to work in the griddle room, which is equipped with industrial griddle that cook the waffles. This room is really hot. When he first enters the griddle room, he is hit with a blast of hot air. He's happy though, because the day before he had to step back to the freezer. We'd much rather be in the heat than in the cold, at least for now, okay? So he needs to wear beard and hairnet, which is very typical, and gloves, very typical of food manufacturing, to prevent contamination of the waffles. Although he's sweating a lot and at times feels fatigued by the heat radiating off the griddles, he makes it through his work shift just fine. However, the next morning when he wakes up, he discovers raised bumps on his hands, arms, neck, and face. The bumps are extremely itchy, but he figures he can still work with them. He goes to work and is assigned to the griddle room again. After about 15 minutes, he begins to sweat. And this time when he sweats, he feels a burning, prickly sensation throughout his body. It's so uncomfortable that he asks his supervisor if he can go outside of the griddle room to cool off and burn sweat. What's going on here? Definitely heat rash, right? So what would you do if you were in this position? Get him away from the heat, right? Yeah, so we're gonna dry out the area, apply like a calamine lotion, right? Some sort of like drying lotion or sorry, lotion. And this is complicated, like I was I'm hoping these supervisors are gonna work with him and not have to go back to this area at least for some time. And he may be more susceptible than somebody else in the heat rush, so he may need to be like permanently placed somewhere else. And so I'm hoping that they'll understand.
Yeah, this is a 2 day thing.
Yeah,
one day and the next day you woke up with the.
Exactly. and it's probably gonna take a few days for it to go down. So we don't want him to go back in the summer.
Is that acclimation?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, definitely, could
You know,
be,
even in the pool thing before.
yeah. Exactly, yeah, so it didn't, even like the skin, probably just didn't used to being, and then with the glove on top of that, like, you know, all that moisture. Yeah. Yeah. Fluid? Yeah, I was thinking, you know, get him out of the hot environment. Yeah, yeah, and we could give him some water to drink too. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. We have somebody having heat rash. That's showing that the body's, you know, their body's having a response to the heat. So we also want to make sure that their fights are even so that they're not gonna experience the heat exhaustion, you know, heat exhaustion as well. Yeah, it's a good question. All right. 11, so let's take another break. Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break to 11:10, and then Jenny is gonna talk about.
And when you like go to break, if you can make a pile of your data forms, again, these are the name and address that we're going to be sending your certificates to.
Yeah,
So I'm just gonna make a pile right here, and then. Sure, plug them in.
Let me check Zoom just to make sure we're good with our Zoom. All right. All right, so we're gonna take a break and then we'll be back at about 11:10 and we'll get started with heat stress prevention. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. It's so nice to have you guys all here. My name is Jenny. And I work with Rachel at Georgia Tech. And I worked at Georgia Tech as an industrial hygienist since 2005. And my background is very much on the health sciences research and public health related issues. And I'm going to be talking to you guys about prevention, heat stress prevention. So when we look at how to prevent any hazard, whether it's a safety hazard or a health hazard, we do what's called following the hierarchy of controls. And the hierarchy of controls is a framework that we use in health prevention and health promotion to prevent disease, where we look at, is there an engineering control that we can implement to make the job site safer? Is there an administrative control that we can implement and authorize to make behaviors and activities safer? And then finally, is there personal protective equipment that we can provide workers to help protect them from whatever the hazard is? Unfortunately, with heat stress, the vast majority of it falls into the category of administrative controls, because as much as we are doing our very best to make the climate healthier, you at your individual job site can't change that microclimate per se, unless you can make the entire outside air conditioned, which would not be economically feasible at all. So when we look at engineering controls, if I work with a job site, I might be working with a big warehouse where they are storing and moving equipment and items that are being purchased and shipped. And so we may discuss with them the possibility of an internal environment, installing air conditioning, or just overall increasing general ventilation, opening up windows and maybe getting more airflow through the building. We sometimes promote people introducing things like cooling fans or using point source ventilation systems that are removing areas that might have high moisture content or high heat generation to be extracting that heat from that particular environment. We see this a lot of times if you have ovens in a manufacturing plant, or if you have I said that on Tuesday too. I said boilers instead of boilers. If you have boilers that are used for heating and cooling of water. There's also, we look at where there might be reflective or heat absorbing shielding barriers. So earlier you mentioned the concrete absorbing all the heat, making it hotter. I work in downtown Atlanta, and I will tell you, Atlanta is one big oven, because they keep building all these skyscrapers with these glassy, beautiful exteriors that are just reflecting the light down onto all the black pavement. And it's just acting like laser beams. And we're like the little ants under the microscope that you always see that thing where they're trying to use the sun ray to catch the ant on fire. That's how it feels sometimes being downtown. And so we look at things like, are there reflective surfaces that are increasing that heat? Is there a way that we can insulate those hot surfaces to make sure that they are not impacting the workers? Misting fans, which I learned on Tuesday, will not work down here because the humidity is so high. But in areas where there's lower humidity, you can actually use like a fine cool mist to help lower the temperature in an environment. And then is there a way that you can get equipment to do the job instead of a person doing the manual labor, so that you're not using the physical work that you're doing? And then finally, any way you can reduce humidity. And I know you mentioned in the school system, like it's this catch-22 where you're trying to balance humidity and all the moisture that's brought in.
And then the ventilation systems themselves can become petri dishes. Where you have to make sure you're not spreading illness through the ventilation system. So that's another aspect related to heat stress. When we look at administrative controls and work practices, for anyone who is managing a team of workers, they want to be looking at factors like how acclimated are the workers to the job that you're doing. So y'all are from the island, so you're used to the heat and the humidity. But if you have people like, if you have executives that come to visit the Westin, when you come and like, they want to come and see what y'all are doing, do they sweat profusely and sometimes have trouble adjusting? Red like a lobster, yeah. Yeah, so they're not acclimated to this environment, and so their bodies are adjusting to what's happening. You know, one of the biggest ways that you can help is scheduling rest breaks and making those rest breaks mandatory. And what I mean by that is not just encourage people to take rest breaks to drink water, but actually pre-planning time when they're required to step out of the sun and cool off and drink water. And it's important to make sure that it's pre-planned, it's scheduled, and the employee cannot feel that subtle pressure to power through, because you might have some demanding customers or guests that are sucking all your time and life out of you. I used to work in hospitality, so I worked at a bed and breakfast, and we had a whole bed and breakfast, and then we had a whole wedding section where we did weddings, so I can kind of relate to demands that guests place. If when possible, scheduling some of the work at cooler times of the day. So if you're going to be doing activities that require more physical energy or more movement, you might want to do them when it's a cooler part of the day. And then having those low movement, low impact activities at the hottest time of the day. Because like we said earlier on, your body generates heat too. So the more chill you can make the activities when it's hot out, the better. You want to also be thinking about it for the physical demands, like what is the amount of work? And that's the technical term that you use in physics, the work that you would use to generate the muscle heat to get a job done. And then is there a way you can rotate those jobs out? So the person who is in the sun can step out of the sun and do something outside out of the sun for a while and then switch back out. Having plans for hydration. And also making sure that hydration is within reach. A lot of the heat stress illnesses that we read stories about and we see death notices about are situations where the worker does not have quick access to replenish their fluids. And the story I shared, I was an industrial hygiene intern at Delta Airlines when I was in grad school, and we were doing a heat stress survey in Dallas, Texas. And the employees these were the employees that were required to clean the airplanes. So after an airplane would fly so many hours, they would bring them to the airport and clean them to get off anything that got on the plane over those many flights. And because this usually used corrosive chemicals to clean off all that gunk, they had to wear full Tyvek suits and respirators when they would do this activity. And the workers were getting sick. They were experiencing severe heat stress. And one of the reasons why they are experiencing severe heat stress is because their bathrooms and where they got the water was about a quarter of a mile from where they had to do the work. So they had to do the work way out on the tarmac, far from all the guests and all the different things happening. And then they'd have to walk all the way inside and then all the way back. So we were like, okay, let's set mandatory rest break. And the workers lost it. And the reason why the workers lost it is because their immediate supervisor said, okay, if you have to clean 8 airplanes today, you can go home as soon as you've cleaned all those 8 airplanes and you still get paid for 8 hours work. If you have 6 airplanes, as soon as you clean those 6 airplanes. So as soon as we implemented mandatory rest breaks, that meant they had to work longer. And it took a lot of time for them to walk and walk back. So ultimately, the compromise was we put a porta potty and coolers of water out where they were doing the work. And that helped create the perfect balance between them having mandatory rest breaks, but then also making sure they're safe. There needs to be an element of supervision also. How many of you get angry or cranky when you get hot and irritated? Anybody? How many of you have a family member that you know when they're hot and irritated that their mood changes, right?
Maybe.
Even babies, yes. And so you should be aware and be your brother's keeper, right? Like you need to know, is your coworker suddenly being really nasty? And could it be that they're just getting overheated? So that psychological and hydration monitoring of workers, how do you know whether or not they're drinking enough? And we recommend doing that through a buddy system. Having your coworkers kind of partnered off and responsible for keeping track of another person that they can say, hey, you know, I went and got us water. I went and got us water. Like we're making sure that we're keeping track of what we're doing. And then having a heat alert program. And a heat alert program can really be a variety of different things. So in the heat stress app, the heat alert program tells you whether it's a warning or it's danger. So today we're in danger. But if you pull up that heat stress app, you can also schedule reminders. And so I can show you, you can have employees turn it on and set it up so that you get hourly reminder for water and rest. And this kind of will give you that text message notification to say, hey, have you had something to drink lately? And kind of remind you to be doing that. You can also, it lets you choose the days of the week you want it done, the intervals you want it done, and a start and stop time. So you can put in your work shift and then say how often you want to be reminded. We'll show you how to develop a heat illness prevention plan, and then really important is the training aspect. So getting acclimated to the heat, what is it? Acclimatization is when you are gradually increasing the intensity and duration of work performed in hot settings. And your body can get acclimated to different climates. Rachel moved from Seattle to the south and then further south. I'm from New Jersey. And then I moved to Georgia. And now when I go back to New Jersey, I think it's too cold. Like my body has adjusted to the Georgia weather. And so I am acclimated to that climate. And when I go to visit family, I'm always cold up north. And so that happens over time. But one thing you have to pay close attention to is that when you enter a new climate, but also enter a new climate where you're doing a significant amount of work, it takes about 1 to 2 weeks before your body gets used to that activity. And you can lose that after 1 week away. So what you really need to be worried about are employees that go on vacation, employees that are out sick for extended periods of time, or new employees, which is the biggest issue, where they haven't been doing that kind of work and now suddenly they're working outside or in the sun or doing different things. So that's what you want to be thinking about when it comes to getting acclimated. The majority of heat illness cases occur on the first couple of days an employee is on the job. New employees are at the highest risk. Heat casualties often occur with new or less experienced employees, and the deaths are typically within the first couple of days on the job. So 70% of heat-related deaths occurred during the worker's first week. And of all the deaths, half of them occurred on the first day. So that's why getting acclimated is so important, because only 30% of all the heat-related deaths occur after the employee's been on the job for over a week. So when you have those new employees, you need to be observing them. You need to be gradually getting them used to the work that they're doing, because this is the most critical period of time for them to be on the job. When you're getting acclimated, what you want to do is get all your organs, your vital organs. So what's happening at the biological level? Well, if I go from not exercising at all to exercising, and for a lot of you, work is kind of like an exercise, right? You're moving your body, you're getting up, you're lifting things, you're putting things around. Your heart rate goes up, right? Your lungs have to work harder. Your kidneys have to process more fluids because you're going to be having to drink more water to keep your body hydrated. And so what you want your body to do is to reach the strength and energy that it needs to be used to working under those hotter conditions. And one of the reasons why it's so important is because sometimes people will start doing more and they don't drink enough fluids to compensate for this extra sweat that they're introducing. And I know Rachel mentioned it earlier on that you can end up with kidney issues, but if you have all that salt started accumulating in your body, that's one of the ways you end up with kidney stones, is because you're not flushing all of that out. So if I worked at a desk and would drink maybe 3 bottles of water throughout the day, and then I start working and I'm drinking the same 3 bottles of water and thinking, well, I'm staying hydrated, this is what I always drink. Now the salt becomes concentrated in my kidneys. I'm pointing to the wrong place in my body, to the kidneys. And the salt that's accumulating because I'm sweating out so much of that liquid can get stuck there. When we are sweating, our body and our skin, which is the largest organ in your body, is learning how to cool itself and adjusting the amount you sweat. Have you ever worked out with somebody who is really used to working out in the heat and they don't sweat as much, and you go out to do something and you're like profusely drenched? My daughter finds this. I run outside with my dogs, and we live near an old Civil War battlefield with lots of hills and trails, and I run it all the time, and she just got into running. She was so mad because she's young, much healthier than me, much younger than me, but she was sweating so much more than me when we did this. And I was like, it's because I'm used to this. I've done it a lot, and now she's doing it all the time, and she has gotten acclimated to it, and she's not sweating quite as profusely. So that happens. So your body gets used to that. Your body also has to figure out how to manage those electrolyte imbalances, which is how you can end up with kidney stones and that sort of thing. Your body then becomes more efficient. So that's what that process of getting acclimated does, is your body becomes more and more used to figuring out how much water do we need to pump out to cool down, How much salt do we need to keep in our body to keep it functioning? And then as you're getting better, the body learns how to flush the blood to the extremities so that it cools it down faster. So there's a lot of science that happens as you get yourself used to it. And if you shock your system and go from not doing anything outside to doing everything outside, your body doesn't know how to react to do that. So if you get workers who are acclimated, they will start sweating sooner, but it'll be a much more efficient sweat. And they'll know they need more water. And so it allows you to be able to do tasks more comfortably, which is why you guys see the guests come and they're not comfortable because they're not acclimated, but you guys might be able to manage that heat more efficiently. So this is an example. There was a laborer in Florida, 28 years old. He moved to the US in December 31st, and then the very next day, he had his first day on the job in Parkland, Florida. He was doing agricultural work and he was outside in the direct sun pulling weeds and then placing wooden stakes in the ground for vegetables. The heat index was 90 degrees. Now, mind you, today here it's 106. So this, just to kind of give you a frame of reference. And this is a clear indicator somebody is not acclimated. They can't keep up with the pace of the work. So if you have a certain rhythm to a task that you're doing and you have a new person that's doing that task and isn't able to do it, it's not necessarily because they're lazy or they're not physically fit. It could be because their body's heat is not being regulated properly. And that is a huge issue with a lot of work activities because we see laborers get yelled at to keep up, work harder. And their slowness is perceived as laziness when it could really be just that their body is adjusting to the new work environment. So when he complained of fatigue and leg pain, what is he experiencing? Yes. So he's starting to show signs of heat exhaustion with the cramping and the fatigue. But then he was working alone and he was found unresponsive in a shallow drainage ditch. And this is a huge issue that we have with why we are so stressing buddy systems, especially if you're taking guests and crews into remote locations that you have that relationship. This company was cited by OSHA for the fatality. So this is the hardest part. Are you guys fully staffed? For now, yes, okay. Because this is where we have employers say, oh, I don't. To properly acclimate your worker, the first day on the job, they should only do 20% of the work. Now, I don't mean they can't work a full day. I mean, they can only do 20% of the work that would cause heat stress. And then the rest of the day, they can be doing other activities that's not producing potential exposure to heat stress. And then it goes up by 20% every day. So if you're doing, and you don't want to do any more than 50% of the usual duration. Okay, let me start. You go 20% each day. And then for workers who have normally worked, but then they went on vacation for a week, that first day back, they should only be doing 50%. Then 60%, 80%, and 100%. And that because of the high risk of fatality, workers are supposed to be supervised for the first 14 days on the job. For reasons of heat stress prevention. And this, yes. They wouldn't unless they received training or you were able to educate them or they were to look this up. And this is why the OSHA is trying to have a heat standards. So that this information will be in the regulatory text for everyone to know. The employers should be seeking out this information and then training workers on it, yes.
Then they don't know.
They may not know. Yeah.
Job.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
I know that. I'm like, you must spread every farm. Then I'm exposed.
Yes, and that's why Rachel put in for this grant in particular, because we are seeing so many people who are just trying to work hard and earn a living. And then end up overexerting themselves because of the temperature conditions. And ending up severely ill or potentially passing away as a result. I will tell you, it is hard to get employers to introduce this into their workplace. Because you have to find out what you're gonna do with that worker for the rest of the time that you're paying them, and they can't be exposed to the hazard. And that requires a lot of creativity and pre-planning. Being an 8-hour day. It's about an hour and a half to be 20% of the workday. That's not much time to be doing an activity. So what do you think you could do with a person the rest of the day?
Administrative, persistent, active. Not physical training.
It does depend on the job. Yeah.
Maybe they kind of training, have a meeting. And we do have something.
Yep.
Maybe have them do like the inventory inside or something, maybe have them pack them visually. How. Meetings done. It's really depends on what the job is.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is important to know where to find out and you have. And then you're trying to say, oh, I didn't know.
Right.
It's very true. Accordingly, schedule accordingly, and save somebody's money
Absolutely.
rather than have to live with the fact that.
Yeah.
Being possible. It's very applicated thing.
You said it perfectly. We just wanna package you up and take you on the road with us. No, it's true, and this is why when we have I will tell you, in Georgia. We are just building everything everywhere all at once. Yeah, it's just insane. Every corner we're building something, and then we're building things on top of the thing. And there's cranes everywhere, and they torn down like all the trees on some of our highways so that they can build stuff. And then they're like, wait, we don't have enough workers to do all this. All the big investors who are dropping money and saying, well, I don't have enough people. So then where does that put pressure? The construction crew, the current crews, because they show up and they're like, we don't have time to acclimate people, we need to get this done. And so that is our biggest struggle, is we're like, y'all need to calm down, because we don't need to kill our workforce so that you can have your fancy building.
So this is where, OSHA
Right.
comes into play. Not everyone has knowledge about the OSHA standards or anything like that, and this is where it comes into play. I'll talk a little bit about that later, but these two things go hand in hand. So this type of innovation of employees is not something that it can be looked at as common sense. You know, if you have outside workers and you have someone new and you throw them outside all day, common sense would say, well, you know, give them some time to get acclimated to what the job is and to the actual temperature. But that may not always be the case. So this is where knowing what the standards are, putting the together and caring about your employee comes into play.
The community right now. Territory. I think there needs to be big push in people like that because we're still in the recovery mode from the hurricane.
Yes,
And we have other projects coming.
right.
That's when it require workers staff and the company that.
Right.
And then on top of that, knowing that last year, and I'm sure you've heard this and read this, last year was the hottest year on record ever for life.
Right.
All around the world.
And we're on track to beat that this year.
Right, we are on track to beat it this year, so having the knowledge and knowing all of this and putting two together, understanding what your job is, understanding how it could affect your employees, how it could affect yourself as an employer. Becomes very, very important. Knowing the OSHA standards, bringing it all together, it saves lives.
And to your point about bringing crews in from the mainland. This is where OSHA has multi-employer worksite rules. And this is kind of beyond heat stress, but if you end up becoming the general contractor and you're from the islands and you bring all these contractors in to do the work, you are now responsible for the safety and health for them because of the multi-employer worksite rules. And so that is, you're incurring that responsibility. And that can be a huge issue. I mean, the last bullet here says workers need more time if they're not physically fit. This is true. I'm here this week. I brought my mom and my 2 daughters with me, and my mom doesn't do that much. And so like we're doing things and the rest of us are fine, and then she's lagging behind and she starts saying like she got muscle spasms in her arms because she was so getting overheated. And so as you age, as if you're not super physically fit, you need to be aware that that can put you at risk as well. The next is rest breaks. And again, this is hard also because if you want to be a hard worker, if you want to prove to your boss that you're here to really do good and keep all the guests happy, your body needs downtime to be able to compensate for when you're exerting itself. That's why, so Rachel did swim, I did track in college. And so we would do running where you'd like run really hard for a few minutes and then you'd sit and have a recovery period. And then you do it again. And so you need those planned rest breaks. And rest and water breaks must be permitted if a worker feels heat or discomfort. And that is one really key point. And then new and unacclimatized workers must be assigned that lighter workload. And then when it gets hotter, as the temperature rises, the work to rest ratio shifts. So if it's 75, I was going to say 70, but if it was 70 outside, you probably would be chilly. If it's 75, you could work for a couple hours and then take a 15, a normal work day is 2 15-minute breaks and a 30-minute for lunch, right? Well, when we start getting up there to this 106-degree heat index, it ends up being like 15 minutes of work, 45 minutes of rest. And employers have a hard time, right? Saying that a worker can only do something of intense physical activity for that short period of time. So you need shorter work periods and longer rest periods if the temperature, humidity, and exposure to sunshine increases, especially when there's little to no air movement, or if you're adding personal protective equipment, and when heavier work is being performed. So this is
Oh, went too far. Okay, so this is an example of rest breaks. So today the heat index is getting up to 106, right? So if you're doing lighter activities, that means like, let's just say you're going and you're picking up towels around the pool, you're running drinks, maybe, that would be considered lighter activities, maybe doing a little bit of a demonstration by the pool. You could do 45 minutes of work, 15 minutes rest. But then if you start doing moderate activity, like let's say you're having to lift the chairs and move them around, and move cabanas, then it actually flips and it's 20 minutes of work, 40 minutes of break. And then if you're doing heavy work, which would be like shoveling, would be an example of shoveling sand. I don't know why you would shovel sand on the beach, but I'm just, I'm running out of examples. Then it would be under caution. And so that means the heat injury risk is high and the worker should be under supervision with lots of training and the freedom to take breaks as frequently as possible. And also to drink as much as possible. So that's hard to look at, right? Because that is given that the worker, the assumptions are kind of hard to see down here at the bottom, but it assumes the workers are physically fit, they're well rested, fully hydrated, and under the age of 40. And then we laugh, and we laugh, and we laugh. Yes. And then the environment, I didn't finish. You guys didn't let me finish. And then the environment only has 30% humidity. And there's enough air movement. So that's something to consider as we start getting up in those temperatures. The body does need more rest. The next thing is shade. Shade is a great way to help promote cooling and to help provide support to workers if they are having to work outdoors. So pop-up tents are a great example. You can get them from Home Depot, order them on Amazon. Having canopies, umbrellas, any structure that are mechanically ventilated and open to air movement. 2 weeks ago, I went to a construction site. They're building this elementary school near the Atlanta airport. And it's a fully out in the sun work at this point. All that's there is steel structure, but everything is being done. And in Georgia, we have red clay. And that absorbs the heat. So like the sun is just on that red clay, sending it right back up to you. And said, where did the workers go to cool down? And they pointed to metal cargo containers where they were sending workers into those cargo containers, which are steel and just basically like ovens. And I was like, that is not an appropriate structure for cooling down. We are basically putting them at greater risk of heat stress because they're going into an area where there's not any air movement. So they're not going to have that evaporative cooling. The tents should be set up in advance. You don't want workers who are in the middle of having heat stress having to set up tents while they're sweating profusely. And you want them to be as close to the work area as possible and large enough to accommodate employees that they have space for emergency situations. The other thing is make sure you tie them down. I know I probably don't have to tell you this, but I have seen plenty of tent get swept up by a strong gust of wind. And then it becomes a safety hazard because it's now flying through the air like a projectile. Also, shade is only adequate when it completely blocks the direct sunlight. I often get frustrated because people don't realize that canopy tents can be tilted. And you should move their tilt according to the direction of the sun. It's really frustrating when you have a tent and the sun is just slicing it in half and nobody's actually being protected from the sun. Do not use metal storage sheds. I've seen it. I hate that we have to have that in there, but don't put people in them. The interior of vehicles, no, unless the AC system is continually running and working. And then be very careful about areas underneath or near equipment. Why would we want to be sure that we're not having people stand near equipment? The exhaust from the machinery. So we don't want people breathing in diesel exhaust or any machinery exhaust and then potentially get carbon monoxide poisoning while they're standing there trying to pull up. And then you don't want them sitting directly on the ground because you don't get that same airflow movement if you're all the way down on the ground. You want them up and in chairs or on benches. And as far as hydration goes, hydration must be provided to workers and the water should be potable, meaning that it is okay to be, that it is acceptable for drinking purposes. That it's less than 59 degrees Fahrenheit, meaning it can't be hot, tepid water that's been sitting in the sun baking all day. And it has to be accessible. And we recommend having a person who has been identified to make sure that the water is there and there's enough. Our gas stations in Georgia are the racetracks or quick trips. And I always see the worker crews running into them to get water for their crews before they leave. And they always get like 1 case of water and there'll be like 8 guys in the truck. And you'll see that it's never enough because I'll show you how many bottles of water they should be drinking a day. You do want them to hydrate themselves, but if they have bottles that they can reuse, if they have ways that they can always keep them. When we were building the Atlanta Braves stadium, we were working with certain crews that had to be out and were not near where you could get water. So we provided them with camelbacks, which are like the backpacks that you could fill with water, and then they had it right there with them. And then, this is a good thing to do. You can fill the water pouch in a camelback and stick it in the freezer overnight. So when you put the camelback on in the morning, it's nice and cool on your back.
Good. If you're out in the heat,
Mm-hmm.
is it regulation?
Yes. Yes, it can be too cold. And we can go over that with you individually. We're not gonna do all the cold. Yes, no, it works both ways. So if it is hot out, like it is today, you should be drinking 8 ounces of water and you're doing activities, moderate activities. You should be drinking 8 ounces every 20 minutes. That's an excessively a lot of water. And I'll tell you where workers get into trouble. Why don't they want to drink that much water? You have to go to the bathroom many times. And I don't know about you, but then if I feel like I'm spending all day running to the restroom, people will think that there's something wrong with me, like maybe she has a problem. But if you're sweating a lot and it's hot out and you're doing moderate activities, during that period, you should be drinking 8 ounces every 20 minutes. If the sweating lasts for several hours, that's when you want to start introducing electrolytes. There's liquid IV, there's brain water powder, or whatever it's called. There's
None hydration, there's Gatorade, Powerade, there's lots of different brands out there. There's Squincher pops you can get. The one thing I want to caution you is you have to be careful of how much sugar is in the hydration stuff. Because you can get too much sugar. And they also put a lot of minerals in them that are good in moderation. But I worked with one crew that they were eating too many of the electrolyte popsicles. And they had lots of magnesium in them. And it made them all have diarrhea. Because they had too much. So you can have too much electrolyte, especially if you're not sweating enough. There's a definite balance. I strongly encourage, if you do introduce electrolytes, to either dilute them or to train workers to do like 2 glasses of water, 1 bottle of electrolytes, 2 glasses of water, 1 bottle of electrolytes. Like, come up with a 3-to-1 ratio, 2-to-1 ratio, but depending on how much they're working. Like if I'm running I've run some marathons, and like when I run a marathon, my rule of thumb is every other water station, I drink water, then electrolytes, water, then electrolytes, to keep my balance. So if it is 91 to 103 degrees out, it's a moderate heat index. Your daily recommendation, most people report about 5 bottles of water. The daily recommendation is 15 bottles of water. Yeah, it's a lot of water, but that is technically what you need to keep your body hydrated at that heat index. Right. Yeah, that's a lot of water. Then you what? You go to the bathroom all day long, right? Yeah. So an alternate way to see whether or not you're hydrated based on, so you can either track your hydration from the intake or the outtake. Okay, and if we're looking at the outtake, we have these hydration charts that track how dark your urine is. And the darker your urine, the more dehydrated you are. And so you can put these in bathroom stalls. And you want to be between 1, 2, or 3. And if you're anywhere down here, you're potentially dehydrated. The caveat to that is medication and vitamins will change the color of your urine. So please don't take a multivitamin and then freak out because your urine's neon. And then this is just another urine chart that we see a lot of companies put in their bathrooms to kind of educate workers, like, are you here or are you here? Do you need to drink more water? This is actually something that when it's cold out, you have a high risk of getting dehydrated because people don't like drinking cool water when it's cold out. And so we still see dehydration cases in the cold, because what do you want to drink when it's cold out? Coffee, all of which contain caffeine and are diuretics. So it's this challenge in cold stress as well. Yes, there is water in it, but so I'm gonna let Rachel jump in with this to talk about this type of hydration monitoring.
That's out there for hydration. Past, basically just looking at the color of your urine to figure out how hydrated you are. But now there's some newer technology that is being used within an industrial setting and also with athletes. So the first one is that it's like a wearable patch. So employees can use this patch, and then it basically measures their hydration status. They can be connected to a mobile application, and then it'll send you like real-time updates in terms of like what your status is, how much water you need to drink in order to catch up to be hydrated. And also what it'll include like electrolyte recommendations as well. So that package is from a company called Evercore System. And then that's a picture of the app. So you can see like recommended intake is gonna be 33 ounces of water, 216 milligrams of sodium. So this is something that supervisors can also connect to so that they can monitor their employees' hydration status. And then the other one that we wanted to highlight is it's from a company called MS3 Diagnostics. And it's basically like, I don't know, it kind of looks like a remote for television, you know, and then it's got this like, you just tap the tongue, and it's got a detecting device. And it'll tell, and all of it, if you tap the tongue, what's that? Oh, yeah. Okay, cool, so it's got the application. And so when you have the tongue, it like immediately, whether you're hydrated or not. So I came across this big company at a big conference, and they had been at the very end. They were like, yeah, pretty awesome, hydrated or not. And so and the same thing with the second one, they have an application, so again, you can set it up where you're getting, you know, the employee can be monitored and get results in terms of, you know, this is how much you need to be hydrated with, and then the employer, like the supervisor, can also keep track of what their hydration status. So I think, you know, as these drives, dehydration becomes a more pressing issue, I think we're going to see more and more technology to help, you know, employees stay on top of hydration and measure.
All right. The other thing that can be hard for a lot of workers is just how do you help prepare them to not get sick? And part of that is an overall healthy diet. So not skipping meals, having a water bottle that you carry around with you, hydrating the day before. So hydration the day before helps you so that you're less likely to get dehydrated when you're doing activities. And then consider medications. Some medications are diuretics or affect the temperature regulation in your body. So in Georgia, they permit way too many male drinks. Because they grow faster, they bloom sooner. But the side effect of this is that we have now dire consequences in the spring with what we refer to as the pollening. Everything is coated with thick layers of yellow pollen. And so in the spring is also when we have our first heat wave. And everybody starts doing antihistamines like they're mainlining antihistamines. Like they are taking Benadryl and Claritin and Protect and they can't breathe. And all of those drugs affect the body's ability to regulate heat. So we see some of our first heat stress cases, allergy season, because people are taking so many allergy pills and their body's ability to regulate temperature is affected by that. We also want to make sure that people have the appropriate clothing for the heat. So light colored clothing, loose clothing, or clothing that has the wicking ability to help keep you dry and remove any sweat. So we're gonna do a little knowledge check and then do you want me to take a little break and then we'll finish up? Okay. So how many ounces of water should be consumed every 15 to 20 minutes when you're performing moderate activities in the heat for less than 2 hours? 8 ounces. When should workers drink sports drinks with balanced electrolytes? If they're sweating for several hours. So we want to make sure that the electrolytes begin being introduced after they're sweating for several hours. True or false, alcohol consumption within 24 hours of a work shift can increase risk of heat illness. That is true. True or false, employees should only worry about hydration during and after their work shift. False. They need to hydrate before their work shift. All right, true or false, drinking water frequently and eating regular meals is usually sufficient for hydration. That is true. If you are taking care of your body, you don't want to skip meals and everything. And then what are some ways to encourage proper hydration among your workforce? What could you do? Yep, you could give out water bottles or have them bring their own water bottle. Have a place for shade, yes. Chairs.
You put the color, your color chart in the back.
Yep, you can put the urine chart in the bathroom. You can have, yep. You can have jugs with water in lots of different locations that are easily accessible. And then you could also have them get reminders on their phones to stop and drink water. So there's lots of different ways you can do that. Okay, so we are gonna do a hydration activity, but let's take a little 5-minute bio break so everybody can get up and stretch. You guys are starting to look a little tired, so I don't want you guys to, we don't have that much more to do. Hydrate. And it's, yeah, they're seeing the others, the big screen. Okay, yeah, perfect. All right, everybody. I did, okay, good. So if you guys turn to tab 4 of your notebook, there is something called the heat stress and hydration toolbox. And so this is a document that walks you through a short training you can do with your workforce. The items you need for this activity include a water bottle, but we can't get through security with more than 3 ounces, so we're just doing pictures. Oh, it's not moving for you guys. Let me do this. Here we go. You want to get a water bottle, a hydration drink like Pedialyte, a electrolyte drink like Gatorade, and then an energy drink like Monster. And then you want to check the ingredients before you go do this activity on all the containers, so you have a good idea of it before you start. You want to look at the electrolytes, the sugar and caffeine content in each. And then other things we recommend having are ice packs and cooling towels to talk about things. So we begin by talking to the workers about how much water they should be drinking while they're doing different activities. We talk about rest breaks. We talk about, you know, is there too much water you can drink? What's the maximum you should be drinking in a 48-hour or a 24-hour period? We talk about the dangers of dehydration and kind of give them a little bit of a really short 15-minute version of what you guys have been sitting through all day. And then we ask for a volunteer to come up, and what I normally do is I have like a little table and I ask them to put them in order. So before you start work, what is the order from best to worst you should be drinking? What are we going to go put first? Water. Okay, we have some people that said hydration, but we'll say water. What should go next? Pedialyte. Pedialyte. And what's third? Gatorade. And what's fourth? Monster. Okay. So when we look at the ingredients, so these are the ingredients for these 3 items, and we'll start with the Monster. This Monster has 230 calories, and it contains 54 grams of sugar, which is 108% of your sugar for the day. Yes, it is way too much, and I sometimes see construction workers downing like 2 or 3 of them at the beginning of their shift. It also contains, and right down here in the bottom, 160 milligrams of caffeine per can, which is kind of like drinking 2 to 3 cups of coffee. So not even to mention all of these ingredients you can't pronounce, right? There's a lot of things that are maybe not the best. What did you say? Yeah, there's a lot of really weird things in this, right? Okay. So then we go over to the Pedialyte. So if this is 3 servings per container. That's the other deceptive thing. Sometimes we'll put per serving, but people will drink the whole thing. But if you drink the whole container, it's 120 calories. It contains 25 grams of sugar, and it does not have caffeine. I'm sorry? The sodium is high. And why do you think the sodium is high? It's about 1,030 milligrams of sodium.
Or isn't it about like pre-loading things and packaging and shipping?
So this is supposed, Pedialyte is really supposed to be consumed after you've been having what we call in our house the real bad don't feel goods, which is when you have diarrhea or throwing up. And so you're losing all the salts in that situation, but this is replacing it if it's been bought. Yeah, so, this has less sodium, but salt is part of the electrolytes that you need. But this is like taking salt tablets. Cause it's a lot of salt, but if you have been throwing up for days and you don't have that in your system, then you would need that. Then here's the Gatorade. And again, all the different hydration drinks have different value, which means you can't say it's a one-to-one replacement. Because you could go one day and buy one brand, and one day and buy another brand, and they have completely different formulas. But this one has 34 grams of sugar in it. And but has 270 milligrams. So it's more balanced with the sodium for electrolyte reasons. But it still has a whole lot of sugar in it. And 34 grams of sugar is very close to getting to 100% of your amount for the day. So we did this activity with workers twice. We had them first rank it by before work, and then we also asked them to do it how they would rank it after work. And if you've been sweating all day, you can start going towards these Pedialytes or Gatorades. If you've lost all that salt, you would have need to replace. But I always use this as a time to talk about the dangers of energy drink. And the emergency departments are seeing a lot of heart attacks among young kids. Heart failure and heart attacks from drinking the energy drinks. Okay. All right, I'm gonna switch back to the slides we were on. I'm trying to. I know, I just did it. I'm trying to switch back to the regular one, but it started me at slide 0, so I'm trying to
So
find.
here, this is, if you go to presenter mode, there we go.
Okay, there you go. You should be able to.
This is why.
Is that good?
Yes, that's
Okay.
perfect.
Okay.
That's why I have you round all the time. Okay. So, here's a notebook. So what would be, with prevention, what we really want to focus on is prevention and pre-planning. So as supervisor, things that you could be doing is week by week, looking at what are the environmental conditions we're going to face that week. What are the temperature ranges? What is the air temperature? What is the humidity? How much sun are we going to have? Is there going to be air movement? What's the wind? Because all of those factors are going to, you know, it could be sunny and temperature wise hot, but there could be a nice ocean breeze and you could be doing okay. But if there's no air movement, you're potentially going to put yourself at risk. Then you want to take into account any heat sources. So are you going to be working near ovens or furnaces in the work area? Then take into account the level of physical activity. Then you're going to look at things like the use of protective clothing or gear, because that can severely reduce your ability to lose that excess heat. And then educate and have workers be aware of their individual and personal risk factors. So are there issues that are within them that make them potentially at greater risk of getting sick? Rachel already showed you how you can look up the heat index on the OSHA using the OSHA app, but NOAA also has this chart so that you can look up the temperature and then you can look up the humidity and then use that to figure out where the heat index is. So. I know that it's showing the heat index is 106. But I don't know what the actual physical temperature is outside. I think it's more like 88 degrees is the temperature outside. But it's 80% humidity today. Yes. Yes, so, but what is the humidity level? Yes, so that's how we get out of this danger zone, because even though the physical temperature is not so high, the humidity level is making the heat index greater. Another way you can do heat assessments is to use a machine or a piece of equipment called the wet bulb globe thermometer. The wet bulb globe thermometer has multiple different ways to measure. It has this globe thermometer, which measures the direct heat and how it hits the, so it's basically measuring solar radiation. Then there's this wet thermometer that measures the humidity, and then the dry bulb thermometer measures the actual temperature and then accounts for airflow. We took these to a construction site where they're building a high-rise building, and it was several. Oh, we're gonna test 1, 2, 3, 4. Check baby. Keep going. See, I'm gonna do karaoke, right? Yes, that's what we always want. And so this is looking at temperature, relative humidity, wind speed, and solar radiation. And we want to account for conditions both inside a building and outside a building, and if you're working in direct sunlight. So one thing that we noticed is we did work at a construction site where they were building a building that was like 4 stories high. And every floor we went on, the temperature in that building went up a couple of degrees, because it was before they started enclosing it. And he rented it. And then the top floor where they're doing the roof, they had just put down the black tar paper. And so these employees are working on the surface of a skillet practically, because it was the heat index up there was like 115 degrees. Because of the direct solar radiation on that black surface. So it'll take up into consideration all these different things. If OSHA were to inspect the work environment, they would be using a machine like this to do it. But that is not necessary for you to check. Also, if you're doing a heat assessment, you want to take into account issues like, what is your work rate? So light is considered sitting or standing with minimal arm or leg work, moderate, continuous moderate intensity such as light pulling or pushing or normal walking. And heavy is intense body work such as carrying loads or sawing, and very intense is when you're working at like maximum pace. Or being actively swimming or jumping. So where would you guys classify your work? It
can go anywhere from moderate to very heavy, it depends on
the day, yeah. And so that's another area where we have to kind of be aware, like there's probably periods of time where it's light. And then there's periods of time when it's moderate. And then there may be periods of time where it's to be heavy, very heavy work, because you have to move yourself around very quickly. So that's another factor we take into account. OSHA on their website, if you Google heat stress calculator, has a calculator where you can put in the wet bulb globe thermometer, or you can go and look up what the heat index is using your OSHA app. Then you can put in what the workload is going to be. It has a drop-down menu, so it'll give you light, moderate, heavy, very heavy. And then you can put whether or not the workers are acclimated to the work environment, what kind of clothing they're wearing. And then you can take into account their body weight. So are they normal body weight? Are they underweight? Are they overweight? And then they will give you results on work rest rates and whether or not they are over heat stress limits for the activities that they're doing. We have these monitors, they're from a company called Slate Safety. And they're armbands that we put on workers to measure their core body temperature. And they also measure their heart rate and their beating around. The cool thing about these is you can turn on a GPS locator on them. So that if you have a crew that's going to do work in a more remote location, such as agricultural work, where you have, landscaping that has to go somewhere to do work. You can monitor where they are, and if your heart rate or your core body temperature goes to a certain value, it sends a text message alert that you're potentially at risk. Like you know, I'm literally just like okay. I'm getting increasingly more anxiety. Those are the that's wrong.
It's gonna be one thing.
Yeah, to me, stand up. But you can also have smartwatches to do a lot of this. I have a Garmin, it's tracking my heart rate, it's not tracking my, surprisingly, my heart rate is really up, even though I feel like it is. I'm here at 60 beats per minute, which is not bad at all, considering what you're teaching. But it doesn't give you any core temperature readings. We've used these on construction sites, where crews are working, doing like sidewalk work. And we often see that they can tolerate the heat for about 3 to 4 hours. But once they get back from lunch, if they were not hydrating during lunch or resting during lunch, like maybe they went and did something else, and they come back, and in Atlanta, the hottest time, you're taking it back. Oh, no more jokes for me. If they take it back, when they come back from lunch, we can watch their core body temperature start to creep up as we get to the hottest part of the day around 3 in the afternoon. So the St. Croix crew said that they don't do this, but in Atlanta and in Georgia, we've started working earlier and earlier and earlier to avoid the hottest parts of the day. So sometimes I have crews that start at like 4 in the morning. And that's hard for me to get up that early, to be on site at that time. Do you guys see that happening here? No. Yeah. Yeah, so that is one way that a lot of the, I mean, it's so different. When I started in 2005, I normally would go to a job site at 7 or 8 in the morning and it would be fine. And now I'm like, oh, we start at 4. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, this is insane that I have to get up this early to go to these job sites. Now. Yes. That's a great question. The answer is yes, and there has to be an employer-employee relationship. Yeah, and I have not seen any OSHA citations ever on athletes. I don't know how they get away with it because they certainly do their fair share of the yeah. I do know that a lot of college athletes push for being considered employees now, and part of it is for greater protections from safety and health. I mean, the other part of it is they can get paid, which I think is just as much of a driver, but they have more protections if they get injured of getting it paid for if they are considered an employee than if they're not an employee. So that's one of the reasons why there's a big push to have collegiate athletes considered as an but no, I don't think as a whole, you know, areas where OSHA's been, so in Georgia, we consider ourselves Hollywood of the South. Because we do a lot of filming, Tyler Perry has all the studios, there's a ton of movie producing. But that is an area where they're kind of like athletes, they're actors and actresses, they come on set, they do stuff, they're not acclimated to the area. And we've seen a lot of injuries and illnesses in that area, and even fatalities, because yeah, they're in different environments, they're not necessarily protected, there's not a lot of oversight. As far as employee training goes, you know, I encourage you all to take some of these posters that were brought for this class today. You can put them in the employee break room, you can put them in a bathroom, you can put them in a classroom, and really educate people about. This would be considered awareness education. You're just passively putting up a poster or a sign, letting people on their own time and energy read it. And hopefully they might take something serious and realize, you know, that they should put on a hat when they go outside. Make sure that if you're doing something like you have to wear a mask or a face covering for whatever reason, once it gets wet, you need to be changing it out, because that'll make potentially. You can get prickly heat on your face from that, but you can also end up allowing the chemicals to get into your breathing zone. You want people to be aware of the signs and symptoms on themselves, but also to be aware for each other. A lot of times employees don't recognize it when they're starting to experience heat stress. So you want to be able to recognize it in someone else. How to administer first aid is so important. Rachel talked a lot about how important those first few minutes are of your response. So if you're not getting to individuals, helping them cool down right away, you can potentially, you could be the reason why somebody is still alive. You want to learn about the causes of heat-related illnesses and steps to reduce risk. We, at the hotel where we are staying, I'm not missing the hotel, but they have this beautiful jug of water that you can take, and it has this huge sign on it: do not fill your personal water bottles with this water. And it's kind of very short-sighted, because I want to be like, you want your guests and employees to be filling up their water bottles with this. They only want you to use these little plastic cups that they set out. And that's a short-sighted. So what are they putting that sign up for? Why? Refilling. Yeah, so it's the time and energy and effort of refilling that water jug. But if you do the math, what would be the cost of a heat stress illness? Right? Lawsuits, hospitalizations, all of that. So making sure that you are educating people on heat-related illnesses and steps to reduce the risk. So making sure there's just lots of water available everywhere for everyone, that you are monitoring that, bless you. That you take care of and use and heat protective clothing or equipment that may add that extra load onto you. So you're taking into account, okay, well, today I have to wear a life vest. So I'm going to be going out and wearing a life vest, and that doesn't breathe well. So maybe I might end up sweating more because I'm wearing that when I'm doing a kayaking exercise. So I'm going to have to drink more. Think about the effects of factors such as drugs, alcohol, your overall health, and your tolerance to heat. And then really focusing on getting acclimated. And so is there a lead up period if people are coming from somewhere else to start work there, that you're going to do like training and slowly getting used to work versus going right out into the work job, doing the job? And then is there a way that people report the symptoms? How do they get information back? And then where would they go if they started experiencing symptoms of heat-related illness? So the big key here is the worker buddy system. You want to be looking for
weakness, nausea, dizziness, vomiting, confusion, fainting, and irritability. Now granted, it could just be the person's mood, right? Like it's not necessarily saying it's always going to be heat stress related if they're irritable. You may just have some difficult customers that day that you're having to deal with. But being on the lookout that these could potentially be risk factors is incredibly important. So if you see somebody experiencing those symptoms, what you want to encourage them is like, hey, have you had any water today? Maybe we should go stand over here and chat for a few minutes in the shade. Can you put a towel and put cold water on it and put it around their neck to help them cool down? Use some ice or fan them. Do we need to take off any additional clothing that they're wearing that are not necessary? This always gets me. I have 2 teenagers and they live in hoodies like their jobs depend on it. All day, every day. No. My yeah. Came to me to get on an airplane in sweatpants and a hoodie, and I said, we are not going to be control today. We are not. What is that? But seriously though, when they're irritable, when we got to St. Thomas and we were in the language between St. Thomas and St. Croix, she was a little bit of a brat. And I was like, you need to go take that hoodie off and those sweatpants off and remove unnecessary clothing because you're having heat stress, right? Okay, I am not glad, but I feel better knowing that children in St. Huh. I don't understand it.
It's stable, 7:40 in the morning and.
Yes, why? Why? Okay, and yeah, it'll be. That's all bond over. And you want to not leave them alone, notify the supervisor, and if you don't know what to do, it will not hurt to have an EMT come and take a look at them and just do a quick check. You don't have to go anywhere. They decide you're perfectly fine, but it won't hurt. We also recommend that companies develop a heat illness prevention plan. That means you want to adopt strategies for mitigation and employee protection that really determines and writes down where the employee training is, where the water locations are, where you have shade and cooling sources, where there's other measures like buddy system, rest breaks, work shift adjustments. In the military, they actually have a flag system. So they have a flagpole that's specifically dedicated to heat. And they put up different flags depending on the heat index. And they have to adjust their PT or their physical activity based off of that because there's so many military personnel that were passing out and getting sick from doing PT in extreme conditions. So just like, I don't know, do your beaches have flags on how rough the waters are?
Yeah, maybe.
We have good,
Yeah, so like something similar, like having a color coding. Identifying specific work activities that may put people at increased risk. And then implement different controls. So if you want to take a picture of this QR code, you can either do it on your notebook. This brings you to a sample written heat program that you can download off the internet. And so it walks you through step by step. It's a Word document you can download and make a program
that can be part of your company's policies and procedures. And it basically walks you through coming up with the different job tasks and then the control measures that you would need to implement those. And you can also go to our website for the written program templates. Do you need help? Are you able to, you good? Okay. All right. So there's also, you can be creative about the clothing and things you purchase. We have a variety of different tools for our consultants when they go out. There are cooling garments you can get. There are some that are like for crews that have to climb up into towers. They have cooling systems where they're attached to like a water system that pumps cool water through their bodies. They have to stay up in a tower for several hours, working in the direct sunlight. There's ice pack vests you can get. There's also air cooled garments, so they have like air flaps so that you can cool yourself off. I love the cooling caps and necks and towels that you can get. Those are great. You can get them branded with like your company logo on them so that you can hand them out. And use them to pull it on your neck or your chest or your arms. Making sure that you're choosing the appropriate fabric. And that if you are working outside for long periods, consider long sleeve shirt to avoid sunburn. Other things you want to think about if you have to wear personal protective equipment that may trap in the heat. You don't want people to work alone, and all of these things are things we've already discussed already, but reiterating supervision, having rest breaks, increasing water, and then having enough shade and adjusting the work schedules. Also, this works for you guys in your day-to-day lives. Extreme heat kills more people than any other weather event. I was thinking about all these cruise ship people that were going and sitting in the direct sun for 8 hours and only drinking alcohol beverages the whole time. And how many of them went back to the cruise ship that night feeling sick? Yeah. Yes. If you're older, like we always say, the young, the old, and the sick. For anything, those are the people that are most at risk for most illnesses. And the same is true with heat. And you, now that you know these signs and symptoms, you know, I was out, my mom's arm started shaking. I said, okay, you've had too much heat today. Let's go back to the hotel and rest and drink some water. So she's a baby. I try to give her the hydration drinks and she's like, they don't taste good. And I'm like, they're not supposed to taste good. They're for your health. Maymays get real feisty as they get older. Other things, you want to just really pay attention to what medications you're on. I always consider myself super well acclimated to running outside, and then I got COVID and I became like a lizard. My body temperature would match whatever temperature it was outside. And I could not regulate my body heat at all. For the longest time, it took weeks and weeks. And so you could be like Rachel said, you can be very fit. You can feel like you always manage heat stress really well, and then something could mess that up and make you stop. And then think about when you're doing your activities. Do you need to go outside and garden at 3 in the afternoon? Or should you do it early in the morning? Okay. So we have lots of heat stress resources for companies. So we are going to now finish things up with the activity. not cold stress. Because it's not a problem here as much. So can you help me find that? Yes. So it should be in here, just, oh, sorry, y'all, okay. All right, here we go. Oh, forgot it was there at the end. Oh, no, see. Okay, just close your eyes. Don't get seasick. I'm sorry. Just gonna go through like 100 slides here. I don't know. They need to change this. I don't know why it is always like this. All right, we're getting close. We're getting close. All right, here we go. Okay. There. All right, so. Oh, I'm not sharing. All right, thanks. Let me do that. Okay, there we go. I'm so glad you're over there, Nikita. Okay, y'all see this? Yep. All right. So what we're gonna do is, so we're gonna bring up into groups. And so we'll do 3 of you in one group, right? So you're gonna be group 1, okay? And then the 3 of you will be group 2. And then the 3 of you will be group 3. How that sound? Okay. And so we're going to use the workbook for this. So section 3, okay? And you're going to see where it says heat, stress. Nope, not that. Don't look at the answers. Sorry. That's the wrong one. Didn't know that there. All right, we're going into tab 2, okay? And it's going to be at the end. There's like a few different sections. So it'll say case studies, fatality, investigation workshop, non-state reports. So these are reports that were done by Miles, and they are all related to heat related fatalities in the workplace. You're going to have to keep going. Yeah. There you go. And so what we're going to do is be in your group, and we're going to read through the case study that goes along with your group, and then basically we just want you to discuss, what happened, what went wrong, and if you were in this position, like if you were the manager or the supervisor, then you would have been vulnerable to save this person's life. Okay, so the first group, the group 1. You all are going to do migrant farm worker died from heat stroke while working in Zimbabwe. Okay, and then group 2, you are going to landscape mowing assistant died from heat stroke in Michigan. Okay, this one you'll see is a very bizarre case. And then group 3. You are going to cover construction labor died from heat stroke at end of the. Okay, so you can read on your own. Together what happened and what your recommendations would be to prevent fatality. Right. And let's see, this check is not good. It's 12:53. It's 12:53, so let's take 20 minutes and then we'll come back. That's we'll check in after 20 minutes and see how you all are doing, okay? I think that's fine. So for those of you who are on Zoom, it's going to be a little bit harder. So you should have received in the email that I sent last night the activity, the document with this activity. So you can just choose whichever one that you want to review and read through them, and then just come up with some recommendations on what to do to prevent these fatalities from occurring. I'm gonna mute us over here for now. Okay, everybody, let's do our final closeout. Okay, so I would like each group to report 3 things that they learned from this exercise. So what did you guys learn from doing this exercise or discuss, or 3 things that are of interest?
3 things of interest. One thing for me that I really thought was the different type of like employment sources. So like in our example, this was really part-time people.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I want to make sure that the people online.
Yeah.
Do you mind, that it does a little. Closer to
Yeah.
the-
There you go.
Time.
Then you can report out to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Different employment sources, in our example, in number 1, the farmer well and experience in his family farms, so on and so forth. Yeah, full-time work, yeah, part-time work, and then there's H2A thing where the victim, this is where the victim came from
Right.
father and being on.
On a visa,
Yeah.
yes.
And this was the employer's first time working with such people. So I think that was something that I learned. So I think with us as well, really how big the acclimatization
Yes,
phase is.
right,
And also really alarming for us was how crucial that training period is.
yes,
With introducing the work specs
yes,
to an employee. And
Yeah.
then, that these things happen to people who do to
yeah,
and they don't all we only on for 11 days, and as I seen, very short window when higher percentage of these deaths and illnesses with the workplace.
that's great, yes. And so I think a key element to that is from a regulatory standpoint, you can get really in the weeds about what the status is of that worker, whether they're on a visa or part-time or full-time. And where that gets can be a problem is people get lost in the mix. And then they don't get the training because maybe one person thinks the other person trained them. And so that's where we see some workers get into trouble. And you want to add about that one?
One thing I did wanna mention is breaks too, right? I think he had 1 break, that whole shift, and he was given soda, like a Coke, and crackers. So he wasn't even provided with water?
Sports drink available, but then again, like this is it's so big on the influence that the employer could have had on the
Yeah.
situation. A scheduled break,
Yeah.
what does a scheduled break entail? And
Yeah.
communicating that to the employee.
Yeah.
So the kitchen stuff. Break was part of the day, wasn't in after the.
When it was hot, yeah.
It's been 7 AM. Yeah, that they would be on.
Long workshop. And then not leaving them alone too, that was a big thing, right? You have to drop off.
Period. I mean, before.
Yeah.
It is. We training for both the employer and the employee.
Very good. All right, next group. What are some things you learned from your assignment?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So for us,
three things that we took away is one, proper training on what teaching and community adoption is and how to take action in especially when it comes to management and employees. Proper communication and monitoring of all employees throughout their shift so that you can be sure that everybody is doing what you're supposed to do, you work out and share between everybody and that people aren't, of course, overexerting themselves. As well as management awareness of the medications and medical conditions that their employees may or may not have.
Yeah, yeah, and that's tricky because you may not be legally allowed to. So you have to educate the workers to have that awareness. Yeah. Make it hard.
Very. Medications about antipsychotics as well as the anxiety depression medication. And then his coworker was basically the kickback driving person. He was the one who was doing all the work by himself across property. So something had to give.
There wasn't any bad in that situation, you know. Okay. Good job. Good job. All right.
Good.
I should. Okay, so with our teams, we noticed that they were very understaffed at the job site, there from 19 of them, from not really open six. The worker who died was actually used dispersely on that particular site. And another thing to note with that is that the even is certified of volunteer was about in situation because he was a certified welder, but he was new to that worker site and not two of people. So with the conditions that he put in 90 degrees and then outside of the welding, it probably includes the and then it was also it wasn't really a waste out there because of how it was discovered. Because he was dropped off his car was in a separate parking lot and then he collapsed and no one cleaned and he discovered from that point. And then for 30 minutes had already passed and even then he still had to go back to the gate, call the teacher. What time passed?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's also the fact that he didn't pay 10 hours.
Wow.
They do mention that they do have regular breaks, but it's not mentioned that not as the worker took all of them and he drank during all of those breaks. He drank, it's meant that he drank during the lunch period, but he didn't eat.
Yeah, and so we already talked earlier about how sometimes exposure to meat can make you lose your appetite. Sometimes workers will just not eat, they don't think they need the food because of that reaction to the meat. Right. Right. I've seen workers will take naps during their lunch break on their vehicles. So, yeah. And that could be, you know, if they're not well, that could be dangerous. Yeah, great job. You didn't even know you were gonna go for this today, did you? No. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna look at the one that I would become well, it's been a pleasure hanging out with you today. We do have, because this is a federally funded program training, we do have lots of paperwork. And please bear with us, it is not a quick freeze on this paperwork, we are required to collect this paperwork. We already collected your student data form. What we would love for you to do is fill out the evaluation. Yes. This is what we use to determine how to adjust our training for that year. This is a voluntary form that OSHA created this year. They're trying to make sure that we are reaching all different worker populations. Yeah. So if you are interested in filling out this one, this is meant for then learning about the types of workers that we're training. And what did I miss?
That's it. Well, if you're a public sector employee, then we do have this very simple thing. So I know you are public sector, so You'll just put, you're just gonna fill out this top right here.
Get along, yeah.
And please take the workbooks with you, if you wanna take, we have a couple extra. Oh, that's a really good question. Okay. This specific training is Jennifer did. So with this training was funded by a grant called the Grant, that's from the Department of Nutrition. No. No, I think it's not this, so we should have different copy. And we're not able to repeat all of them. Sorry. It's like a bad habit, that's a little bit flash. But with one of a class, that's still good.
Before everybody leaves, we do have one
Oh, yes.
last announcement.
Yeah,
Sorry
I just
about
want
that.
to say something. Thank you guys for bearing with us for this. Thank you to Rachel and for Jenny for giving us great information. The purpose of this seminar is to bring awareness to each illness and all of the symptoms and prevention and all the ways to go. I just want to let you know that we partnered, we being UVI Safety and Paradise, which is also the consultation program, partnered with them so that this seminar can be brought to you, to the public. Thank you for joining and thank you for those of you on Zoom. I am Janine Francis Brown. Again, as I mentioned in the beginning, I am an assistant program manager for Safety and Paradise here at UVI. You can find us or reach out to us at safety.uvi.edu. You can also reach out to us on Facebook and Instagram at UVI Safety in Paradise. I forgot for a minute. There we were. And OSHA, the OSHA Consultation Program basically is a free service to private and public sector. And if you want to have someone come to your office and talk to you about what you can do, what it means to be OSHA compliant, to ensure that you don't get any kind of fines from the enforcement or any of those types of things, reach out to us and we'll be happy to come to your place of business, talk to your bosses and tell you all what you need to know so you can be compliant. So if you have any questions, now's the time to ask, or you can reach out to us online and on. Okay, thank you again for joining.
Thank you.